Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Minasan, okaeri nasai. This is our 12th session of Wagotabi. We completed the second Okayama Ken's no shiro, right? Shiro, the castle, Okayama's castle. It was great, but near the end, I was not ready for how much focus I need. So we're gonna try to get those 2 stars. Now, uh, and then earlier yesterday, I was talking about a particular transaction that was happening on the Steam review page, and not too much more happened other than the Wagotabi team replying to clarify more things, and obviously thank the person for the feedback, right? Which is what also allowed me to have a lot of things to talk about yesterday. Um, whether that makes a difference or not, I think it's interesting to have at least an internal monologue or dialogue, if you will. Without saying too much, that person doubled down on their perceptions of the value, possibly overvalue of native suggestions at the cost of pragmatism and resourcefulness. It's kind of like one of those things, like, how should I say it? Like, world peace is great. Now, the question is, do you understand how to achieve that, right? Or how do you work towards that? Well, this person has this tendency to suggest something is bad or terrible without being able to explain in what nature and how it is, and then continue to say that they understand what does work and what works really well without also explaining that either, and consistently doing that over and over again. And to me, that sounds more like someone who doesn't have a lot of experience but like to propagate their theories and concepts without any particular skin in the game, if you will. Meanwhile, of course, it is pretty clear that the Wakotabi team is very passionate. This game is a labor of love, and I look forward to how they escalate for Totori Ken, right? The next Totori Ken, the next prefecture. Unfortunately, it only includes the first 2 prefectures, and it'll be maybe, we're gonna say, another half a year. I feel like it's been half a year per prefecture. So I hope they continue to take the gloves off and continue to um, mature the design move, because now the gloves are coming off. There's so many things you don't necessarily need. They also, the Wakotabi team actually mentioned something about making a non, quote unquote, just start wholesale kind of mode. So like a new game plus mode where everything just happens to be set to quote unquote Japanese, right? And that's, take it what you will, whether that it's there or not, that's still perfectly sufficient. It's really up to the user to understand how that information is being applied and used, in my opinion. But people like that particular person that I was talking about like to assume that everyone is either an idiot, a novice, or incompetent of their own awareness, which certainly there's some merit to that. But I do double down on what I say. I typically try to believe and overestimate people's potentials in a matter of potentials, and then find out and work through, critically solving and optimizing what people can do in the moment. So standardizing the habit and then optimizing it afterwards. I think that individual I was speaking about operates in the ideal situation where the people that they're talking to is supposed to pre-select themselves for the ideal case. So not lacking anything that they cannot foresee lacking themselves. Which things like a general interest for video games, a general interest for gamification. Maybe I would like to say it's probably not that far off that this person has very strong opinions about what the value of specific creative processes are, because most of the person's comment is incredibly prejudicial, um, openly prejudicial. So that's perfectly their prerogative. They are allowed that right to their opinion, I suppose. I think the way this person concedes, they don't concede in a manner that acknowledges that they actually understand or experience all that they're talking about. They like to operate in generalizations for things that they disagree with, and then sort of try to sound like they understand the things that they specialize in, which I have no doubt they know a lot about their specialty thing. But when they are dismissive about things that they clearly have inaccurate, it's kind of ironic that they keep saying things just are completely wrong when they are themselves completely wrong due to the same logical fallacy of generalization, right? They dumb down their explainers in order to complain and point out dumbing down things, while also treating and talking as though other people are dumb and inexperienced or lesser than them. And there's a very obvious narcissistic tendency there. I think in order to have people listen to you or try to understand you or respect you, I don't think in my opinion, the success rate is any get much higher when you treat other people or suggest that other people are constantly ignorant of their own incompetence. I might be overreaching a little with that last statement, but generally speaking, in order for many of those things that the criticisms to be true about Wagotabi, it would imply that most language learners are incapable of understanding how to apply and differentiate between explicit and implicit learning, and also be unable to integrate and iterate on combining different tools for an emergent learning experience. So things like someone would say, you don't do this because it will make you worse at doing something else. That is an incredibly myopic, deterministic, and ignorant comment, in my opinion. It's very bold as well for someone who claims to be a professional. It's very unpredictable how emergent people are when it comes to learning. Like, there's a difference between playing Wagotabi and believing that it is the only source that's necessary for them to become fluent, than challenging the notion that someone who plays Wagotabi reads manga, does immersion in different ways, as well as do graded readers and drill grammar, is part of the process. Assuming that most people don't do that, in my opinion, is a bit arrogant. I'm not saying it's not true, or you can't find examples of individuals getting caught up in one method, but that guy presenting that sounds like they are who they criticize, which is they stick to one hat, continuously speak one perspective and only the best perspective, and rarely providing actual examples of their own experience, but passing off everyone else's experience as a word of gospel, right? I don't know. It's interesting how one could go and continuously do that. I would be very, personally, I would be very apprehensive in constantly insinuating that whoever I'm talking to is of lesser intelligence and of lesser competence, and also overreaching what they consider as easy or hard, considering its subjectivity, right? Do I think juggling Chinese and Japanese is hard? I personally find it very comforting because of my personal experiences. Others may find it hard. When I project that you should do that because it is easy or it's just that simple, that is an asinine presumption, considering going against the overwhelming evidence that a product is incredibly favorable. What is your hypotheses then? That Wagotabi team just brainwashed a bunch of people, and that there's a lot of echo chambering sufficient enough to say that everyone got brainwashed to like a game, and then you're suggesting that it isn't likable and that it's false advertisement or it doesn't work? That's interesting. I mean, it's ironic that the person champions something saying that lots of people do it, and at the same time buck at the evidence that a lot of people do something that they themselves don't believe in, and somehow that's unacceptable. So they play the victim. They framed it in a way that they asked Socratic questions or rhetoric that they're the victim. It's like, whoa, so just because now you are worried about motivation, the things I believe in are detrimental to motivation. That is playing the victim, and it's providing a double standard. You treated other people like that, and you speak for other people like that, and yet you exonerate yourself from doing the same thing. It's very disappointing. If you want to know what I'm talking about, this is like day 2 of it. If you know what I want to talk about, it's public. You can go to the Wagotabi Steam page, and you'll probably find what I'm talking about. Perhaps there are someone who would provide a counter argument in that person's defense, and I would be very interested to seeing how they go about rationalizing that there isn't a double standard, right? I have tried in the last couple days. But anyways, let's see if I can unbork my fatigue here. So I have decided on certain things, right? We need to get these 2 stars, but there are things in here that kind of give away stuff, right? So we're definitely doing steadiness. Today will be the 5th day once we do a lesson, right? The 5th day. So we got 2 more days. And I think there are 5 other secrets, but I don't know what they want. I think this lovely kanji match thing, I think this is for a score in the second mini game, possibly. And then the mastery of the word stuff, I might do that in the background. I haven't decided, or just wait and complete them as we go with new content update. And this one we're definitely gonna get. This one says harmonica, right? Which sounds like a harmonica. And it says something like wind sound. I don't know who can give us this, but I totally forgot one of these. Where is it? Oh, robo. So roboto no ie. So I remember we hadn't gone back to Edowado, right? Edowado, because we have a backpack, so we can do this. And then something about ramen, and it's tampopo no ramen. I don't know who it is, but we gotta find giving a ramen to someone. And then there's other things as well. So let's do this one. Let's see how this works. Inu wa go to the right. Whoops. 石 Ah! 右へ行きます。Dishes 美味しくて、美味しくて、ね。美味しくて。美味しくて。Okay. And it looks like they don't stack. So master like test things don't stack. They just roll over every like so often. which is very casual. It's quite casual forward. I was expecting like a stack of 10 or 20 each day, something like that. Let's go and try to find these. We're gonna comb, right? So there's definitely something here. Actually, let's go back and try to find this one thing. Wherever the lesson is here. I'm assuming these are accessible.
コンピラさんの神社は山の上にあります。はい、わかりました。神社の左にあります。
Okay. That doesn't give us anything.
川と海の中に魚がいます。
Hey, how am I doing? Just come to save before sleeping. Am I enjoying them? I am. I've already played most of the games. No, but we're having quite a bit of fun. Thanks for stopping by. Hope everything is going well for you, Caesar.
山の上に行きますか?
Oh yeah, going to sleep. Interesting. 9:46, huh? Yeah, we're trying to find all the little things now. And I'm just speaking to everyone again to see.
の上行きますに行きます山の上に
うわー。
Yeah, it's all good from here. You just arrived at the Seki part. No, I'm already done with the game. Like we finished this twice over before. We're looking for secrets and stuff. Yeah, this is like we've been playing Wagotabi for some time or before. Yeah. So we're looking for the one thing that's missing here. I haven't triggered this. Where are you? Nope. Maybe it's in here? I don't think so. Right. Yeah, you're 1 hour ahead. That is early, but that's relative for myself. But it's early. So that's fine. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. How did it go? Are you still doing the Wagotabi live stream thing? Have you ever come across Cure Dolly Organic? I have. You discovered it today? Interesting. I have. It's interesting. Oh, here it is. I totally missed this one. There's the thing. I have. Or lots of people have mentioned it, and I watched a few of them. It can be very informative. Yeah. You just did one, you're playing offline. Oh, I see. Long vowels. Oh, fair enough. What do you think about them? You like it a lot? I think they're useful. It came the stuff that Cure Dolly covers came a bit after, quite after a certain period in my thing. I enjoyed her format, but there were others that came before. So this might be more of a happenstance issue here, where most of my that type of material came from a different person than Kira Dolly. But yeah, rest in peace, of course. I don't know if you're aware, but Kira Dolly had recently, or somewhat recently, passed away. So that's why whenever people talk about her, they usually talk about her in the past tense. Yeah, but Kira Dolly is a very championed source of early enrichment for specific. Yeah, it was her. You were sad when you discovered. Yeah. So, I think her content is fantastic, and she will more or less live on in pretty much any person she touch because, yeah, it is very widespread for her dolly being in a conversation. For myself, I ended up resonating with other sources before her. I think the material that she covers is wonderful. Um, One thing that I personally, I have a personal preference. One thing that I don't, maybe it's an English thing. I don't know how much is it because I don't know this person. I don't know like what their personality is like. But I'm not the biggest on which I also checked out your channel by the way. Oh Caesar. This is my personal professional distinction, but I have friends who are like this too. It's just that I typically do not associate with this. And the idea is quick hustle culture, internet hustle titles, and presentations. So I don't typically resonate very much with people who say things like, oh, this is the correct way to do things. That is the wrong way to do things. Here's the biggest secret that no one has ever told you that I know somehow. Or this is how real people do things, and these are fake reasons to do things. Or some people say you can't do this, but I did this. Or watch me do this, even though other people don't believe you can do this. That type of thing I don't resonate with. So when I look at content, I rarely gravitate towards that type of content that might be a necessary pragmatic use to elevate your influence online. I choose to take the long road, which typically is because I don't need influence or I don't desire influence, but it would be great to have it. The idea is when I see titles like that, I tend to walk the other way. I like individuals who demonstrate through their perseverance and their enthusiasm as opposed to generating pragmatic hustle culture videos like, hey, I spent 100 days using Duolingo Japanese, so you don't have to. And here's what I learned in 5 minutes, right? That type of thing, I'm not that. I don't typically resonate. And Kira Dolly, to her wonderful credit and stuff, some of the videos give me that feeling, and I don't particularly find it very engaging, right? Typically, I like people who provide instruction but demonstrate that they partake in the instruction to be very passionate. So for myself, if I say something like, hey, I kind of like being goofy and mixing 3 or 4 different languages, watch me do it right now. That's kind of how I am with most things. So the people that I ended up resonating with, the Japanese English instructor people, they are individuals who like instruct but also demonstrate at the same time that they themselves do what they say they do, and they bring me into their lives as opposed to the constant formality of being told things. And that's a personal preference. I spent probably significant enough time in a classroom environment that it's difficult for me to go back to an idea where I trust someone explicitly as opposed to engaging and partaking vicariously in someone's activity. Like I would learn the grammar as someone else is learning grammar or applying the grammar, that kind of thing. That's probably the way I learn. So if you're playing a video game and you're learning something as you're playing the video game, that's probably the type of content that I watch most of the time. I got a few, like Taka. Well, actually, I can give. Oh no, wait. I would have to switch to my personal YouTube account. But there are quite a few out there, like people who talk about Japanese culture, compare and contrasting American and like stereotypes and stuff while introducing the grammar or introducing topics in Japan and the United States. I think this type of topic would be really wonderful too. I watched quite a lot of people who spent time demonstrating, sharing stories about what it's like to be a language learner in the United States, who especially learning Japanese. You agree and you feel the same about that? I actually work as a video editor, social media strategy, and I've been some crazy stuff over the past years. I see. It sounds like you have it all down. And looking at your channel, it sounds like you have all the fundamentals of the pragmatic strategies. And that's like, again, I'm not saying you shouldn't or should do whatever. The tests that you have on your channel represents a lot of the fundamentals, and those are the pragmatic things that you do, and Kiradali does that too. So it's pretty obvious that there are things that are important to them that are not important to me. So I just wanted to make that clear. I want to tell you that I am aware of these techniques and pragmatic ways of doing things, but at the same time I have chosen not to do them, and largely because it might not fit the long game for me, right? About your channel as a test, you're doing a bunch of different titles and videos. I notice, and a lot of them are very well, I would say, very well captured. You captured a lot of the techniques. I tend to in my free time I study this type of thing because I think the importance is to understand how other people view online content and then be able to relate to them. So like I do occasionally make jokes like, hey, it would be kind of fun to make a what does 1 hour of Duolingo look like? What does 100 hours of Duolingo look like? And what does 10,000 hours of Duolingo Japanese look like? And I have a bunch of jokes that I would do in them. It would be kind of fun. There's a bunch of opportunities for one-off projects. I haven't done any of them yet. So when you're testing your channel, I feel like that's kind of how it works. If you don't have necessarily a vision for it yet, it's fun to try a bunch of things and see what sticks and what resonates. And that's kind of like language learning, right? Do it and refine. Standardize, refine. And I did notice your YouTube shorts and stuff definitely collectively demonstrates some editing skills and adherence to the current trend of things, and that's important to know. Like you have to understand trends too. Like can as much as some people would like to avoid talking about Duolingo, I started with Duolingo because it's going to be part of the conversation. When you're playing Wagotabi, you have to obviously have some background in Duolingo and understand the presence of Duolingo. That's part of being informative, right? And then with Wagotabi, I mentioned so to speak and Shashinko. Those are the two that would be relevant to Wagotabi's position. So whenever I talk about these things and do introductions and reviews, I like to at least do a lot of them to an extent that gives me a comfortable way of demonstrating that, yeah, I don't have to say these things and say, trust me, I did these things. So you can determine for yourself whether that's interesting or not, right? And that's kind of the way I go about things. So yes, there are 300 videos and whatnot, but any one of those videos you can stop by. I will most definitely draw up a diagram or something. Sorry to keep you. Obviously, you're going to bed soon. I hope you find your collective vision. I actually started streaming with a vision in mind already, so I'm sticking to it and refining that specific style. And I've every time, like today, I met Gustav 120, who's starting their Japanese language learning journey. And we talked about anything from habit formation to Star Trek to various anime and how routine layering, like routine layering and whatnot. And then they mentioned their travels and whatnot, how they expose, how their initial exposure encouraged them to pick up Japanese. Actually, you're very similar to me in this sense. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I look forward to seeing how you take that similarity and diversify it. Because at least I know that you will have some sort of a Brazilian spin on it, right? While I'm maybe some form of my shenanigans from the Americas, from the United States, will make us be in person, similar, but same but different type of situation. Don't want to be prescriptional here. I imagine there's got to be something about your experience in Brazil or growing up in Brazil that makes this also unique for you. And Rio, since you say you live in the Rio area, you're surrounded by Japanese people, right? Or at least more than I am. So that's really cool. I've met a couple people from Rio that talked about the pockets, the pocket communities when it comes to Japanese exposure. Yeah, I don't know if you read. Have you read the review that I've been ranting about? I've been ranting the last 2 days about this particular review, and it's an interesting read. But on the Steam page, there's a very interesting review that's catching a lot of attention, and it's like at the top. So it would be something that's interesting for you to read about if you're curious about Wagotabi's impressions, right? There are a few in Rio, but Sao Paulo has the biggest Japanese community. Okay, outside Japan. I see, I see. Yeah, I don't actually know where the Japanese concentration is in the United States. Obviously, the United States is the third region. Yeah, it's a interesting topic. Like, I think it's incredibly engaging when there's a product being placed and then there are two people, an antagonist, like someone who's trying to provide counter arguments, right? Counter arguments, when presented properly or like respectfully, can lead to the growth of a product, right? For example, defending a thesis is only as strong as how vigorous and um, invested your opponents are, like your peer review are, right? So in this case, it brought up a lot of materials and a lot of great points, sort of. The format is not so ideal for the communication, but it's starting to balloon into a long string of things. So perhaps, I mean, in a down the road, maybe the person may collaborate. Who knows? But there is a lot of questionable question of that person's credibility, but still, it makes for a very interesting read. I like to draw attention to it because those are potential concerns for Wagotabi in the future. I really like the second castle. Did you complete all of it already, Caesar? Man, the escalation on the second castle. I can't wait till the third castle. I hope they, honestly, Wagotabi team needs to like drop the gloves and just stack all three, like stack the 2 previous castles on top of the 3rd castle. I you know what? We might as well start speed running something. Put in a speed running function or something. I have no idea, but I hope the 3rd castle is a stack of the 2 previous castles, because that is wild. I think being unapologetic apologetically gamery or gamification can maybe vilify, or not vilify, but exonerate naysayers about the perceived engagement of difficulty of explicit learning, right? Because Wakotabi uses an explicit learning model where the information is given prior to the test, as opposed to doing the test and then self-correcting, right? Doing the test and then the discovery process is where you correct the mistake, right? This is the reverse of a lot of game designs. So this particular person that you'll probably read about is doing the reverse, but it doesn't have to be exclusively one or the other. And I think the second castle definitely starts transitioning from being a little more cheekier. They've gotten cheekier. And if that is the direction Wagotabi team is doing, the 3rd castle is gonna be very cheeky. Even more video gamey cheeky. I can't wait to have like, what else are they gonna do? Are they gonna like deliberately make things uncomfortable for the player? That they did a couple of those, so I don't know how far you are, but some places you're excited for it. Yeah, I'm about to work on that at the end, but right now I'm looking to complete all this stuff. So we found the lesson, and then you just have to wait, because there are content creators, there are content updates for this game, which is awesome. All right, so now we got to find out what this subquest is. There's a submission here. I haven't found the secrets, by the way. I found 5 secrets that I already know of, so to speak, but I haven't found the other 10 or the other 5. Like, there's 10 total. I'm not sure if the 10 is already in the game or not, but it would be fun to test out if there are actually 10. Yeah, it's awesome that it's only 4 devs and they only do it on their free time. Yeah, I know, right? Secretly, it would be great if they had some indicator or some angel investor that would allow them to do it full time. It's a selfish request, because that would also mean that they can go hard on spending time brainstorming what else you can gimmick your way. Hear me out. The reason why I'm saying this is I think unapologetic labor of loves do not require to bend to holistic or pragmatic specialized like prescriptional things. Like, for example, that was so nebulous what I just said. Native content, being in Japan, always having native content, that stuff, you can do that as well. You can there are so many sources of that, like, or people who are championing that. That's great. I do that at a different time, but when you have Wagotabi, what it screams to me is that these devs are unapologetic about their vision. And despite some people saying like, oh, well, the AI voice will make your hearing tune to different things and then it will make something difficult, it's like I'm here for the unapologetic vision. I want to experience things, and I'll use my problem solving skills and critical thinking skills to navigate and synthesize all the stuff. But meanwhile, I like them to be willing and not be apprehensive of pushback for being unapologetically passionate about these things. Like that, when it comes to games, there is a reason that passionate games like Clear Obscure and stuff aren't necessarily saying like, oh yeah, you did turn-based games wrong, because most people do this. And I understand that this is a touchy subject for some people. Like, language is a language, right? But the last time I checked, if I said American English is the correct way to speak English, it's probably going to garner a lot of fire. And I think Japan, for a TLDR of what I spoke to Gustav about, Japan has a vehicle in which it can end up leading to influence in micro communities, in communities outside of Japan. So who is to say that embracing that will lead to diversification of Japanese? So yes, one day you might be for now you might thinking the American accent, 外国人日本語 well 日本語の外国人 stuff is going to be like, oh, that sounds really weird. But who knows? In the future, it might not sound so weird. Right? There was a time when American English sounded weird to, well, it still sounds weird to British English, right? But hear me out. I will still try my best to sound native, sort of speak, and learn all those things at a different time. I can do both. I think underestimating people's ability to swap accents and like speak and imitate is like saying an English speaker can't understand someone who has a British accent and then over time imitate that or even adopt that. So to me, I think that is what makes a language, a natural language, incredible. And for myself, I'm a little biased, right? Well, I am biased. I mean, I'm basically biased towards the future of Japanese and other languages, which is where you can appreciate that when you have lots of different people engaging with something, there are different ways that it can be learned, it can be propagated, and that makes for intellectual stimulation. I don't try to entertain the possibility of a dead end, but others may, right? I'm not here to build a career on this, so dead ends can be very scary if you're building a career. And most of the time, when people try to prescribe or gaslight other people into thinking that they're not bright enough or smart enough to iterate on their problem solving skills and thinking skills. Again, I actually do concern myself about this on the internet, that problem solving skills and critical thinking skills are deficient due to the convenience of technology. That is a thing. Despite all of that, I still have very wholesome and auspicious faith in someone where there is enthusiasm and unapologetic pursuit of knowledge and intellectual enrichment, that new things come out, different things come out, maybe even things that have a new coat of paint, reinventing the wheel, because humans are generational. So it's fun to see that what Wagotabi will look like in the future, despite AI voices, despite, and then what like Duolingo is going to do in another 5 years, despite uphill battles of dogma and whatnot. I mean, intellectual like the improvement and forward investment in human progress is through open communication and the existence of things, not the prevention and deconstruction and destruction of things because of preventive maybe even preventive hypocrisy here. Like, is it bad, for example, to develop an accent in English? Well, if you can answer that question, you kind of know which side you have a bias towards. For myself, if a Japanese person spoke with a Japanese accent when they spoke English, I know they're Japanese. Isn't that so useful? And if they spoke in a manner that I can understand, that's sufficient. In fact, it's incredibly endearing. Now, it is up to that Japanese person to either feel good about it or feel bad about it, because it's their prerogative. So there are people around my life that constantly told me, yeah, I wish I didn't have this accent. Like, oh, okay. So what are you doing to change that? What is no accent? This is in the context of English, obviously. When someone comes up to me and say, I wish I didn't have an English accent. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, which English accent do you not want? And then what is the English accent that you do want? Because I'm not entirely sure what you think is a normal English accent. Like, I really... so that type of dialogue is important. Right. Brazilians are very much like that. They seek so much for the perfect accent that never learn how to speak English. Ooh, I haven't realized that. Huh. I'm not sure if I've experienced that here in the United States. I think you know what? I do have an example. People who focus so much on their accent that instead of using what they're learning, they become discouraged in ever learning more. So like, what I mean is they seek something that might be a part of them. Like, for example, if you're multilingual and if at home you're speaking Spanish, for example, or at home I speak Fujianese, right? And then someone will say, well, your Zhongwen, your Chinese have like a weird accent to it. It's like, oh, well, I can explain that, but can you still understand me? Because I can explain why I have a slight accent, because I also speak a different language, right? Pardon me if you can hear the Fujianese-ness in my Mandarin-ness, you know? And that to me is what I'm afraid of when people get very hyper-focused to the point where it prevents them from doing the thing, right? You can't iterate or optimize something if you haven't even standardized a habit for it. So sometimes focusing on things like idealism, like, oh yeah, only learn and use Japanese if it's from a native source. Well, if you read that guy's review, it means never playing Wagotabi. Or it means playing Wagotabi halfway and then making assumptions about everything else. Because they're only thinking about the ideal way to encode and learn Japanese. And since it doesn't fulfill that ideal way, then it's obviously worthless. In fact, the person uses a language in which they say it's completely wrong and all that stuff. So that's what happens, in my opinion. So if you want to sound like me in English, when you're speaking English, I prefer, in my opinion, to encourage the person to sound like whatever they want, as long as they know that they are improving themselves, right? If they are enthusiastic, because honestly, in the end of the day, I don't want to hear myself. Like, it's actually rather boring to hear people like me. Sometimes when you get so used to accent or a stuff, you kind of want to develop an accent. So here's the irony. I think this is one of the biggest ironies. What is the thing that I really most want in my English studies? I want to learn how to sound like a British person. So in some way, the thing that people don't want is the thing I'm deliberately running towards. it's just so humorous. Like, can I make my English sound like it has a different accent? That is the area that I'm exploring now, as opposed to someone who says they want to get rid of their accent in order to sound like, I don't know, like this. So it's not necessarily the grass is always greener on the other side situation. It's if you can do it, why not try to do both? If you have time and you really like to do something, why not try all of it? I'm greedy. I'm very, very greedy. So yes, I will play Wagotabi and do graded readers and do immersion. Whatever I can get my hands on. Like that's the way. Like in my for me personally. So yes, I might not be particularly good at any one thing, but boy howdy, it's so liberating when you know that there's just no shortage of ways to apply, use, problem solve, and critically think of a skill that you can apply to everything. And that's learning another language is probably one of those. Like, it applies to everything you do. So I'm not gonna stop at some only native perspective. I'm gonna stop whenever I feel like stopping. Like, I'm kind of curious if I can tell in the future how to normalize an American accent, you know, a Gaikokujin accent, Gaikokujin ben in Nihongo. Like, why not? I know this can be a little offensive to other people, but in Japan, I'll try my best. But I just, it would be really cool to see what Brazilian Japanese sounds like, and what eventually in 5 years there might be an American Japanese. Like, you're going, it's gonna happen to language that has a wider influence. Like, I can tell you, I understand when someone is Mexican and speaking English, for sure. Sometimes you can even tell from second gen ones. And I would love for people who are so interested in accent to tell me where I'm from. In fact, it's kind of weird, but New Yorkers always know where I'm from, and it's not from New York. and whenever I hear it, I can't even tell the difference. I cannot, like, I don't have the resolution to tell the difference between, like, who's Midwest, you know, like 2 states over, and here. But apparently certain older people can tell, and I'm like, okay, well, are you guessing? Like, I don't know, but you should really consider learning a language. Actually, there is something you know is very similar to that, but in aspects of moving to another country. I see. Lots of people move to Brazil seeking for better life, while Brazilians go to the US seeking the same, and Americans go to the place. I know, right? I think it's interesting. I'm really greedy. So, if Wagotabi flies at the face of someone's principles, the thing I want to do, or to be known for, is to encourage them to do it to the best of their ability. That's what I mean by being encouraging while being less discouraging despite the fact. So, like, what I mean is, if there's a will, I would encourage it. So instead of spending time complaining about disagreement on principle and stuff, how far can this go? Like, so the person that I'm talking about, constantly referring to, they want to take things down. They want to prevent people's passion because they believe they know better. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's certainly your prerogative. Meanwhile, I will use the other way. Well, you tell me, this person claims that there are limitations to what Wagotabi team is doing. Well, let's see where the limitations are. Like, what I mean is, oh, here's one from James Clare. Atomic Habits, the book. Oftentimes when people go to do something to establish a habit or like a specialization in skill building, they often concern themselves about where the potential limit is, right? Where the limit of that approach is. And when you become hyper focused on that, oftentimes people don't even get close enough to that limit to even have it be relevant. So, for example, when you say, oh, you can only go so far using this technique because it's inherently erroneous and not great. But are you going to get to that limit? How do you know without doing it? Like, how do you know it doesn't turn into something that does work? Right? And if there's someone who's willing to do that, I'm all there for you. But they will have to accept the responsibility that it can lead to a dead end. Right? But I would be not a person who would get in the way of someone's passion. Personally. Because I don't honestly think I know the future that well. Provided that it's not self-destructive, right? There are only very extenuating circumstances that I would interfere and try to prescribe something, like seeking professional help if you're chronically depressed. There are endgame things, but we're not talking about endgame things. We're talking about whether Wagotabi will inspire an entire generation of people who sound like synthetic AI voiced non-native Japanese speakers who still can speak to Japanese speakers despite not sounding native. That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Hear me out. I did get this comment before, and it's really funny, and it's very true. It does happen. Someone once told me, or three or four people told me when I was like still on when I was actively doing Duolingo Japanese, when I was reading, when I was reciting the Duolingo Japanese, some of them said like, you know what? I can understand what you're saying really well. And my first thought is like, yeah, because I'm pronouncing it like they're hearing it. And then they would make comments like, yeah, but it's not the same when you're like listening to native content. It's like, yeah, I understand because I don't sound like that. So the thing is, you could think of it as, oh no, you've ruined your accent. Like now you just sound like Duolingo AI generated stuff, and that you're stuck like that forever. It's like, no, you're not stuck like that forever. And if you make it feel like it's bad to sound like that, then yeah, it's going to make you feel bad for the rest of your life. But it doesn't make me feel bad. What it means is that I can make an impression of Duolingo's AI voice, and I can make an impression of Wagotabi's AI voice, while still in the future going to try to sound like my favorite podcaster or vlogger from Japan, right? That's how that works. Or it might be somewhere the thing in between. The question is it sufficient to communicate and play it off, right? Like, I'm unapologetic about language learning. I don't go around telling people and discouraging them that language learning sucks and you kind of have to always worry about all these things. If you give me one thing, an excuse to stop language learning, I'll give you another excuse to keep on language learning. So if you are worried that you're going to sound like Duolingo, let's sound like Duolingo together. At minimum, when you say those things in Duolingo, a Japanese person will figure it out. If not, it'll lead to some fun little exercise in problem solving and critical thinking skills, in which then you will adjust because you're solving those problems yourself. So yes, pitch accent is really fun to learn, and it's probably very important. At the same time, it can be part of your path to multiple things. Like acting, for example. I love the idea that actors can just suddenly sound American and British. There's no rhyme or reason. Like it's perfectly sufficient. And I think Japanese has become that too. It can be perfectly sufficient. And yet there are individuals out there who like to ring a very loud megaphone to say, well, you're doing it wrong. Despite really enjoying this process and you're doing it regularly and you're learning other things about the Japanese language, you're still doing it wrong. So you should erase all of that from your memory and never do it again. This is what you should be doing. And immediately, maybe that person takes to it. That's great if that person takes to it. But what if they don't? So what did you do? You deconstructed their existing enthusiasm. You replaced it with something that they're not enthusiastic about because you projected that it should be interesting. So, with that said, I think Wagotabi is obviously not one of them because a lot of people, Wagotabi, going back to this, breeds a lot of enthusiasm for Japanese language learning, and I'm all about that. Heck, it's pretty cool to acknowledge that Wagotabi team thought that in the future they might actually record people. Oh man, wouldn't it be a blast to be one of the recorders? You know what I mean? Like, and then hear me out. They put foreigners in Wagotabi. Hear me out. I would totally be down to be a representative of a Gaikokujin, speaking Nihongo just brokenly, because some of the foreigners, like I would love for them to do that already, where they would have a character that speaks English, but they would inject certain words in there, and then you could be a Spanish person. You could have done. You could put Portuguese in it. Caesar, it is a Portuguese person visiting Japan, so like you would be, just Nihongo, Nihongo hablo. Sorry, that's Spanish, but I only know Spanish. So hablo un poco Nihongo. And just put it in there. Like, I'm down. I'm absolutely down for that, because in my opinion, that is what it's like to simulate people who are willing to learn different languages. It personally. But hear me out. The reality is that when learning another language, the prevailing thought is people don't try to learn and use what they learn until they're ready, right? That is the social norm, and I buck at that trend. I don't want that to be a trend. That is what's holding, in my opinion, that's one of the biggest things that's holding language learning back, or the celebration of language learning. Is because there's this air of elitism and snobbery that prevents people from ever opening their mouth and interacting with other people. The first thing they're worried about is, oh no, did I get it right? Everyone says I should make sure, what do I do? So the biggest fear that keeps someone from really learning, like the people that keep saying the best way to learn is to go interact with someone who speaks the language, is the very same people who are saying that, because they're placing social pressures. The behavior is concordant. Those who say the only way to learn is to learn from a native speaker, and they are also the ones who leverage the most ideal cases and conditions in which those people are unlikely to engage in that activity. Because the same people who say that are also the people who operate on idealisms to put a social standard that's so high that they wouldn't do it in the first place. Social pressure is crazy. Yeah, so, but a video game maybe might not be that way. Like, would someone, like, I just wonder, I would love to talk to a Japanese, like a multilingual Japanese person, if they say, what if I try to learn by mixing the two? Can you help me out with that? Like, como se dice Nihongo, right? Como se dice Nihongo? Like, is that something offensive, or can it be seen as a gaikokujin trying to speak Nihongo? Right? No comprendo, maybe. I don't know. No. No sé, right? No sé. No, I don't have experience. 我说的中文不好，you know, like I don't speak Mandarin all that well, but perhaps if I said like maybe English, English to 中文 would be not as cringy and free of social pressure. That would be so awesome. I think language learning would go into a new phase. It would explode to a point where when you have that lifted, people will try to freely engage in each other with each other, right? But there are a lot of things, social pressures keeping that enthusiasm down quite a lot. And I understand, hear me out. They're as respectful as I can. I live in the United States. And even in the United States, right? I'm not saying it's a paragon of diversity, but even in places in the United States, there are social pressure where, like, if someone heard a foreign language, they would be anxious and they would suppress the foreign language. But what happens if it was English and the foreign language? Right? English and the foreign language. It's like, oh, lo siento, hablo en inglés, solamente en inglés. Sorry, like, I thought maybe if you don't mind, I would want to speak with you and maybe you can put together, because the social norm would be, what if it is social normative to be able to contextually learn different languages because different languages are already mixed. Like if I said, oh, no hablo English. So this like non-verbal cue with no and hablo, and then I say English, that other person will most likely think that they say I don't speak English. So what they ended up learning is that no hablo is I don't speak, right? But because of that English thing, they've normalized these two patterns together. And that creates a intrinsic learning situation because my parents learned English this way. That's how they learned to get by with English. I can hear it in my parents. Like, so nowadays they would come down and they would ask me if they can have my email, and I'm like, where did you learn how to say email? Like, well, it's because people say email all the time, but I say email because I didn't know how to say email. So I would say like, oh, why not kia ni email la ding na kai gong, right? And then they just pick up email. So that's kind of the idea. And again, this is a personal bias of mine. People who are purists and whatnot, I can see that it can be offensive. So I'm trying to be as respectful. There are countries who would balk at that. China, and Japan might be one of them. So I'm speaking specifically from a foreigner perspective who lives in a country that is a little bit more tolerable than that. Your Chinese friend go 50-50 with you whenever you try to speak Chinese, and you're very lucky with that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, do you speak Chinese? Is your Chinese friend where do you live? That's kind of neat. I haven't met someone who had a 50-50 guy. Or I've met a bunch of people, but not Chinese. I think when it comes to like 50-50 when Chinese, it's a little bit rare. So that's really cool. When you try to speak Chinese. 你说的中文 or 不是中文, like maybe like a dialect? I don't know if your friend, I'm so curious. Sorry. Australian, they live in mainland. Oh, I see. Oh, cool, cool, cool. It's crazy how it changes from country to country. Here in Brazil, you speak any other language, people instantly gets friendly towards you. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very. Oh, that's so. That's so. I'm speaking specifically. Okay, so the area that United States comment that I was talking about, it varies from state to state. But the times that I'm talking about were during government buildings. So it's a very specific case that I was referring to. My parents were reprimanded before for speaking a hybrid language because they were in a government building, like a federal government building. So you can imagine in that case, it's very understandable. So I would be the interpreter. So I would then speak for them as opposed to so there would be some leeway, some understanding. So even in that situation, I would tell them in English that I am their interpreter. So I would assume responsibility in case they are using a hybrid language that may make someone feel uncomfortable. But the thing is, if that was a social norm, that would be an interesting place to live. Like, for example, I imagine Malaysia is something of that nature. Despite I did meet someone who grew up in Malaysia, and they say not quite, but it is a little bit more welcoming. And for myself, yeah, I throw words together. If it makes someone smile that I'm being cringy or like saying weird things, all the more for it. Like, did I? So I don't know if sometimes I'm saying the toilet, going to the toilet, or eating on the table, okay? But if someone laughs and they tell me and explain to me what I'm saying, isn't that language learning? Sometimes I always wondered, if you say something stupid, does that allow you to raise your chance of bumping into a native speaker who wants to talk to you? Yeah, cue the funny scenes, when someone says, "Oh, hey, my Chinese friend told me that 我是傻瓜，我一个傻瓜 to tell you that." And then that other person, why would they say that? It's like, wait, what did I say? And I'm like, they basically like I'm a silly kid, or I'm stupid, right? I'm an idiot, right? And it's like, oh, can you explain that stuff to me? It's like, let's talk about it. And my first thought is like, isn't that a fantastic way to break the ice with another native speaker? If that was a social norm, obviously. And I think that is a very wonderful, awesome way to celebrate and encourage other people to speak a different language. You have lived in Argentina, and once I said correr, which means to run in Portuguese, but something very different in Spanish. Oh, but in the end, it was very funny. wait, can you explain? What in Argentina, how did correr end up being interpreted as not run? Or is it the way it sounded? I actually don't know. I don't know about the Argentina and correr. To me, that's also to run in Spanish. So I have no idea. What is the weirdest thing that I've said unapologetically? I do it all the time on stream. So correr in Portuguese means to run, but in Spanish, coger means to make love. Oh, okay, coger. I have no. Sorry, I didn't learn how to make. I didn't know the phrase, the Spanish phrase to make love. So wait. That's hilarious. So, did you say? I'm kind of curious what you said. Like, did you say like, "Let's go make love"? Because Okay, the R in Portuguese is pronounced her. Oh, okay, okay. The more you know. The more you know. um the silliest things I've said probably is on stream while I'm learning Japanese. One time I'm pretty sure I said something like thanks for jumping, or like oh man, it's hard to know because I need someone who tells me I'm being a buffoon, and then because I'm being a buffoon they can explain things to me, and then you never forget it, or you try. It's hard to forget things like that. And to me, I don't feel, I hope that people do not make it feel negative, right? Because I think that's what the social pressure is happening with language learning. When people are afraid to make mistakes when you're learning a language, what is one of the gold standards for learning a language, or getting someone to learn language? You let them explore and make the mistakes and have people interact with that, right? But you can't have access to that. It's rarely ever accessible because of social pressures. So that's kind of what I want to deflate, right? Like, uh, I kid you not, there were literal awkward silences when someone's like, oh, someone's trying to explain iru and aru, right? Iru and aru to me. And then they themselves made the mistake and they got embarrassed. And I'm like, what do you have to embarrass about? You're trying to explain the things you're learning to me, who I'm also learning. So let's all learn together. And the idea is because you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal. It's like, but it's situations like that that gets painted negative that makes other people not want to also interact with other people. So like, if someone knows the knowledge, they are also discouraged from explaining the knowledge in a friendly way because it's not considered friendly. Or like, it can be worrisome, like, oh man, I don't want to speak because I'm not sure myself. So, but despite having despite having the information, I'm like, I'm 99% sure, but I don't want to speak because there's a chance I might be incorrect because it's not my first language, it's not my native language. Instead of having a wonderful interaction. Hello there, praise, welcome, praise the Lord. Interesting. So let's make that a space. I feel like a language learning space, not all spaces, okay? I'm not telling the world to change all of their uh, dogma and all that, like in a public space, something. But in the language learning space, your language learning space, I hope that there are enough people in the world that you can surround yourself as language learners, individuals who know that the social norm is, hey, we're all learning language, let's exchange something, and it should be a laugh when someone misspeaks and we talk about it, and then that talking and communication leads to incredible easy time, in my opinion, much easier time to remember that stuff. I can tell you now, I still cannot forget my aru and iru discussion. Despite it was being a disagreement or like apprehensive with another person, I still cannot forget that year and a half ago when I had an aru iru discussion about Japanese with someone who's been studying Japanese for a couple years, and I was just starting up. So aru iru, right? Most of your Brazilian fans can read English but can't speak exactly because of this pressure. Yeah, it's so tough. And it's like pulling teeth if you're on the other end. Like, hey, like for example, there are like, I lived in the United States, so there are quite a lot of people whose family, they are second generation Americans. I mean, not Jensen. They're second generation Americans, but they are Spanish speaking. And I always often asked him, like, do you speak Spanish? Like, And they would say like, no, my parents speak Spanish. Like, why don't, is there any reason why you don't speak Spanish? It's like, it's English. Like, no hablo, no hable español or something. Like, I would say un poco, maybe, a little bit. Like, are you familiar? And I'm just like throwing out Spanish words, just curious if they're gonna reciprocate, right? If they reciprocate, they're like, oh well, just give me anything, like a vocabulary word. Say the rest in English. So say like, I know un poco, right? Or solamente speak with my parents ahora in Spanish when I tengo que hablar. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out. Caesar again. You gotta go now. Yeah, I hope you sleep well. I hope you're not too energetic from that. Happy thoughts, right? Happy thoughts. It was a really wonderful chat, Caesar. Good luck. Good luck with Wagotabi and like whatever you decide to do with your channel and stuff. Besides English and Dutch, you don't speak any language that you learned because your school back in the Netherlands pressured you to speak when you couldn't. Oh, that's interesting. So they pressured you to speak as in like pressure you to speak English and or any language that you learn because it was embarrassing. Like the pressure led to like negative embarrassment, so you just didn't want to. Like I do have to also be sensitive to the idea that there are people who don't want to speak, and if you pressure them to speak, then they won't, they will be unlikely to speak for a lifetime, for sure. The cases that I'm thinking of are a little bit just to make sure that I'm not pushing a different type of agenda. The cases that I worry about is that whatever you decide to do, it leads to a special stigma, right? And my emphasis is to reduce the stigma, not the nature, not necessarily the nature of the interaction. So if you don't want to speak, and if you're pressured to speak, and if it leads to a negative outcome, it's trying to reduce that negative outcome, as opposed to the other way around. You had a blackout from it, forgot everything you were supposed to say. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That might, I don't know. Have you overcome something like that, or does it always sit in your mind? That's the type of experience that I think really keeps language learning down, where either the prescriptional pressure of anything, it creates a negative experience that removes the ability to want to engage in it anymore. I think there are many countries who operate like that, so that's perfectly fine. Like Japan and China are face culture people, right? So you only speak when you're able to speak well, right? You only speak so that at the consequence of minimizing bringing shame to yourself or embarrassment to yourself. So I do respect that. I don't live in China or Japan. So in the environment that I'm currently living in the United States, I'm more of a person who encourages to make mistakes while having supportive people engage and participate in those situations. So then when that pressure does end up coming, it doesn't lead to a negative outcome because they know it's okay to do so. So in a way, encouraging other people to speak ends up being more of an open opportunity for them to engage with someone. But that might not be reflective or even reflexive in Japan or China. Where I live and the way I grew up, it would be very, very daunting to try to learn a dialect that is not being taught in the United States and might not even being taught in China. And expect that my parents would expect me to be fluent in it when there's no education for it. So the only education I receive in order to retain Fujianese is through the interaction with my parents. And I would use any form of way to gain more knowledge from them. And that's where I retained my dialect despite not having any schooling, right? So, 不是中文，是福州话，福州话，呃，福州话声音，亚远，maybe 亚远普通话，但廣話嘅我，似係亞王，亞我啲樣，right？It's very obvious when 福州話，福州話嘅，中文 are being used in the same like sentence. And what happens is that if you can't say something, you replace it with another word. And that's that can be second nature, or it can be incredibly negative. Like that's the world I kind of live in most of the time. There are second gen diaspora in the United States that either are associating, if they can't speak in a language entirely on its own, then they will not speak at all. And if they can, they would speak, and if they make a mistake, it would be a really negative experience. Like it's a horrendously embarrassing, fearful experience. Or you end up being someone like me on the other end, which, you know, people are in between these two extremes. Well, I'm a little extreme on the other end, where my life, in order to interpret for my parents, I do everything possible to learn and extract information while leveraging all the languages I have. So that in the case paints my natural language learning state, as opposed to what people say are natural learning states. So you might grow up in a country that normalizes that type of natural learning state. But I disagree with proponents who think that separating language is the optimal way of learning a target language. I think it's quite significantly dependent on individuals' form of mindset and critical thinking skills in engaging in acquiring language. So for myself, yeah, it's very difficult to demonstrate, you know, daisen, right? Daisen 是までの電車に and I don't even have like チル right? Instead of 断線是までの電車に乗る, right? So did it change the meaning of this? It didn't. Not this phrase. This phrase is still the same in Chinese, minus the like まで. You actually just drop all the particles and the endings, and you still get the relative meaning of this, which is to go to this place by train. Or take this, you basically go to this place by train. With English you're fine now, but with any other language not yet. You just started to learn again how to speak when you're learning a language. I see. This is mostly because your fiance is Vietnamese Australian. Ooh. And his family mostly speak Vietnamese so he can practice with you. Oh, that's cute. So you have a Chinese friend who goes 50-50, and you also have a Vietnamese Australian fiance. For the record, Xing Xing, right? Wait, did you choose Xing Xing because of star? Is that star 0411? Xing Xing as in Hoshi. You know, Hoshi? Hoshi desu, right? stars. Um, maybe. I think that's a cute name, Xing Xing. It also is a doubling, so it's a cute name too. Sorry if you're not going for cute, but my first thought is it's a very cute name. um, this conversation typically is only resonating when people are in a multicultural environment. So I do respect. I do respect. There are pushbacks, and I do respect other people who prefer to be purists, right? So like my parents are more comfortable in that environment. Like for example, if I were to wed someone, it would be a Chinese woman, for example. But it's not like they're saying I have to, but it would be their an environment that they are most comfortable in. However, the odds of that happening might not be pragmatically possible. So since then, my parents have been a little bit more open about that, right? So those are the type of situations that I do respect, that there are things that are very uncomfortable. Now, what the things that I say, most of the time, the people that hang out for a long time and talk and resonate, they're typically people who are coming from a multicultural background that stay. And it seems like you are also one of the cases. Which, by the way, I learned most of my language, like interweaving language and stuff, because I watch content creators who are multicultural couples. Like in terms of Vietnamese, do you know which couple I'm referring to? The Vietnamese German couple. I think she's incredibly adorable. I forgot her name though. I keep forgetting what her Vietnamese. But I don't I yeah, I think stuff like that, to me, I'm a bias, obviously. I'm very biased. My parents are actually not multicultural. Both my parents are Chinese. So they're both Fujianese. But growing up in the United States, the way I've become more attached to all of my friends and my like brothers from another mother and stuff is the idea that I've surrounded myself with people who find it interesting that you can do all these things separately or together. So yes, I know there are people that use phrases like fake Chinese and oh, what you do is fake Chinese because it's a blend of certain things, and I get that. I don't know if I should be offended or not a lot of times, but ultimately, instead of being a negative, having a negative stigma, like succumbing to that stigma, I often find that there are wonderful people around and sufficient people around that celebrate the other side of things, which is, let's just say, a Szechuan beef noodle pho is absolutely amazing. And also Szechuan beef noodle soup is fantastic, and so is traditional pho. But I'm just saying, Szechuan beef noodle pho is amazing too. So, it might sound blasphemous. Like, dude, like, listen, when it comes to food, like, give me some of that kimchi tater tots with hot frank hot sauce on top of a, chicken and waffles. I'm fine with that. But at the same time, yeah, chicken and waffles, pretty solid. Tater tots, pretty good, right? I'm all about that kimchi, right? Situation. So I'm greedy. Again, I was making that joke to Caesar. I'm very greedy. I want to experience as many things in my life as possible. So yeah, sign me up. Vietnamese Australian. What does I can only imagine what that's like. Honestly, hear me out. Australian accent, Australian English accent. Yo, I need to understand. I need to be. I can't break out an Australian accent, not alone a British one. The closest place that I've been to Australia, by the way, as a personal relating topic, is during college, during my junior year, so I was about to turn 21. That becomes relevant later. I actually studied abroad in New Zealand, and I know it's not the same as Australia, but it is where I met quite a few Australians, along with Kiwis, right? And it is fun spending like three or so months being surrounded by people who have a different accent. I don't know. I just find it really fun to be the one that has the accent. I it's kind of like what Caesar said about most of his when people speak any other language, like in Brazil, they feel so welcome. Like it's kind of fun when you go to another place and you're the person with the accent. I I think that's what I mean by there's a social stigma oftentimes from people who are from countries that might not find that appealing, right? If you're from a country that likes to keep everything standardized, right? Like standardized and sounding the same, like a monocultural country, it can be very apprehensive. You might be very nervous. So when you go to a foreign country that might be accepting of that, you might not say a lot, right? You might not say a lot, and it might be it's a miscommunication in cultural expectations. So behaving appropriately, I'm a lot more open to that. So when someone says they suck, their English sucks or their accent sucks, my first, and I truly mean this, my first thought is try me, right? And my next thought is like, well, I need to practice speaking. It's like, practice with me. Like, how else are you gonna get practice in? Like, I want to help, especially people who are learning English, at least from an American, or like whatever this is, so American perspective. Hit up someone that you can identify, because for me, like if you're learning English, you might as well start using it, and not have the burden of thinking like, oh yeah, you gotta nail it the first time. I actually think I learned quite a lot about the other person's language because their English is like an amalgam. Like for example, I phrase my English differently depending on what type of English speaker it is. When I speak to Chinese people who also speak English, the order of my adverb phrases and conditional phrases are different than the way I speak to second generation Japanese English speakers. Because of how the English is ordered compared to the language that they speak primarily. So my parents, they typically have a really, really consistent habit of saying all the conditional phrases first, if they can. So when I speak and interpret things, I vary my way of doing it because I have to make it concordant with their expectations, which is really neat. It's kind of a fun code switching thing. His parents are 100% Vietnamese, born and raised, and he was born in Australia. So his first language is Vietnamese, but over time his Australian accent took over. I see. Yeah, so that's that's exactly what my background is. I am that's what I consider as diaspora or a heritage speaker. So Fujianese is it's my first language. Hujiwa is my first language. But overall, my English is the predominant common language. So it's so predominant that even my Fujianese sound a little Americanized, according to my parents, and according to like the occasional Fujianese person, that my Fujianese is a slightly Americanized. And then when I'm speaking Mandarin, it's apparently occasionally southernized. It's Southern Mandarin. so, and that to me tells me that the other person knows their language, and also means that I am identifiable. And the night, to me, that's kind of neat. That's instead of thinking that, oh, it's embarrassing that someone can tell you're speaking with an accent, it's more like, yeah, that's right, I speak more than one language. See, it's a little different when you spin it that way, but you don't get any accolades for that. It's not as exciting, and people don't see it that way because they get negative feedback from wanting to speak more than one language. Typically, it's seen as a stigma a lot of times. So, online, that's a little different, I suppose. And I hope that's not the case in the future. I mean, it's to the point where even technology is used to replace the need to do that. But maybe we'll see what it's like. I can't predict the future. But one of the things is, whenever someone says I sound like something else, my first thought is, I'm glad you picked that up, because that's pretty cool. I'm surprised you can pick it up. Can you explain to me how you pick it up? Like, why does my Japanese sound like a gaikokujin trying to speak Japanese? Because I would love to know that. And it's cool because when we talk about it, I hope that other person understands that I speak more than one language, and that might encourage the other person to also speak more than one language, and that would be cool. Then you have a native speaker for life as a friend. And if they are offended by you, then you're not gonna be friends, which is good, which is also sufficient. That's pragmatic, right? If someone doesn't like the fact that you speak two languages and you have an accent coalescing two different languages, then it's all the more to understand that first, right? And then know that not everyone wants. But that is cool. So are you learning Vietnamese? Ching ching. So does that mean you're gonna pick up? There is someone else who needs to learn Vietnamese as well. Yeah? Oh man. Vietnamese is where I live in the United States. Vietnamese is the second largest minority, next to Chinese. I live a little bit further out from a cultural hub like New York City, but Vietnamese is definitely the second largest. Without saying too much, they either run a pho restaurant or they run a nail salon. It's a stereotype, but at the same time, money. They know how to make money. That's how I spend it most of the time. My parents, like, they ran Chinese restaurants, American Chinese restaurants, until they can make a living. Currently, where you live is 90% Vietnamese. Oh, dang. May I ask, do you stick out? Because honestly, that's kind of fun. Whenever it sounds like fun. Oh, your fiance's parents, they had a restaurant. Oh, okay. Oh, dude. Oh, you do? Man, the pho must be awesome. Did they serve pho? Oh my gosh. Get a banh mi sandwich from a Vietnamese parents. My parents would probably too. This is how my friends also react to my parents all the time when I was younger. You get those daily bays? Oh my god. I'm jealous. Yes, I'm a little jealous. My parents, that's what happened when I was younger too. Like, oh, like, so you can get like Chinese food? It's like, yeah, that's normal. You want to come on by? Nowadays, the thing I would whip up is probably if I'm hosting, I probably whip up mapo tofu, probably mapo tofu, and probably just wrap some dumplings or like wontons. That would be probably go-to. Wonton, something nice, lukewarm wonton and some mapo tofu and over rice. Anyways, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing, Xing Xing. So now, does that mean you're learning? Is that what you're learning right now, or you're? What is your language learning thing like? What are you doing for language learning? I don't have anyone in my immediate area or family or someone who speaks another language, so I don't actually have heritage speaking partners at all. This is as much as I get, which is fine with me. Do you have an hour time? What do you mean by do I have an hour time? oh, are you talking about the heritage speaking thing, or are you trying to explain to me? Like, I have plenty of time. Like, well, we're just gonna like do this while we're conversing. Oh my lord, that's a long list. Dutch, English, Spanish, Italian. This is what you learn and know? Oh, so are you a polyglot? Like, how do you keep all of that up? How do you maintain all of that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're not? Do you have any particular ones that you're in, like you're prioritizing right now?你可以听到的中文吗？ Vietnamese, Chinese, and Japanese. Okay. How are you doing those things? I guess your Vietnamese thing would be with your significant other, and then you had your Chinese friend. How are you doing your Japanese stuff? Sorry, let me try to find however I can initiate this. Is there a list for... No, there isn't. Whoops. Well, that was weird. Sorry, I accidentally hit the... I hit the escape button. Oh, no, I thought I hit a different button. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The game didn't crash. I accidentally... I was trying to escape into a menu and I accidentally... Okay. Alright. Oh, Wagotabi? Oh, you're playing Wagotabi? How is it? How long have you been playing Wagotabi? Let's talk about the Wagotabi thing.
行きますか?
And you got some friends that speak Japanese as well. Also, your fiance has a little brother speak Japanese as well. Oh, dang. Man. Must be that sounds fantastic. About all these people. A month now? I see.
西、
Yeah. I
東、
have been following, so I keep like 6 months time. I wait patiently for like updates and stuff. So they're usually in 3-month or 6-month spurts. So right now, obviously, we're celebrating the Steam launch, right? So
西、南、
Steam launch is definitely
東、
very important to me. So I'm
南、
excited that other like non-mobile gamers or non-mobile people are being able to experience it in Steam on Steam. Interesting. A month now.
西、
So hear me out. Can you help? Can you confirm something for me? Are there 10 secrets in this game at this moment? Because that's kind of what we're doing here. And I'm pretty sure this kid has
この
a...
漫画はメイコちゃんの漫画だけど めいこちゃんは岡山市の図書館によくいる。岡山市に行きますか？よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, so this is, I remember doing this already. So I'm on a new game, right? Since the Steam launched, I went off of the beta thing. I didn't want to synchronize my beta testing thing, so we have done this. There should be? Interesting. And have you discovered all 10 of the secrets? The secrets. Because now I'm on a mission for that. I remember doing this back, I think the first playthrough. So I gotta at least do the side quests. Lead up the side quest.
Manga wa omoshiroi ne.
You're taking your sweet time with it right now? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Savor it. See, somewhere in the back of my mind, I was I was really being selfish with explaining to Caesar. I would love if the Wagotabi team was supported in a way that they would do this full time, because just imagine if it's just rolling updates, like as you're progressing and stuff, they're just rolling content out. It is a very selfish selfish like requirement, but I do play live service games in which like I rotate and I wait, but I'm quite patient about these things. However, somewhere along the lines I'm like, oh wait, but if we take our time, then just new content just keeps rolling and you're in a perpetual state of constantly consuming Wagotabi, steadily. You learn so much more from this 1 month than your 5 years of learning. I'm sure you picked up other things, like other learning experiences that fed into your current 1 month. Your 5 years, there's got to be something you've consolidated, like things you're looking for, things you are avoiding over those 5 years that culminated to bringing you to the Wakotabi experience. I like to think that's a positive, a lot more encouraging and positive way of looking at it. Your 5 years of experience led you to this moment. You still suck at katakana? I still suck at katakana. Let's just be real. Like, whenever I feel like I don't understand English anymore when I have to read katakana. I honestly don't. Like, I would sit there and I'm like, teiburu. Like, what is that? Like, it sounds like table, but I'm not so sure if it's table. Obviously, teiburu is fine, but like a different example, it would be a near rhyme example, and I can't. Those are the most funny moments, I would say. If there are any compilation that I can do while I'm learning Japanese, is every time I hit a loan word in katakana, I can't figure out what it is. It's so tough. Like outside the really common ones, like kohi, right? Eiburu would be fine. There's really very few things. Petto or something. Yeah, basu. Yeah, basu. Very common ones are fine, like taxi, right? Taxi, pinku, right? Things that, but when you start getting into like imaji, I'm like, is that supposed to be image, right? Right? It happens all the time. But other things are pretty fine, like sando, sando, it just shortened for instead of sandoichi, right? Sando, ice cream, right? Bakubaku, hot dog. Those things have become fairly okay now. Picnic, hiking, so stuff like that. It's okay now, but when I first started, I was like, is that like? Oh, you know what's a good one? It's from German, right? What is part time? Ato baito? Uh, what is it? No, no. Oh, what is it? Yeah, see, I can't even pull it up. Like, I can't even think of it off the
あそ
top.
こ
It
の
has
子
to
供の
happen.
本はつまらない
It has to happen. Yeah. What is vanilla? Vanilla? just don't, I just don't answer that. Chocolate is fine, right? Oh, I got a kick out of coffee maker. Pasokon, right? Pasokon is one that takes a bit for me after a while. It's okay. Most of these were rough starts in the beginning, and then you have like sports like tennis, basketball, right? Like in basket, just basket. I think is enough, but good stuff. Good stuff. I'm supposed to get the. Oh, I'm supposed to give
漫画は
this.
面
this.
白いね私の好きな漫画だりくくんから
はい
りくくんはいい人だね
そうです。
魚しについての漫画だよ
うん。
あげるよいいえいいえ
How are you with directions and placements? Like, are you talking about like kita? Like kita, nishi, minami, and or nishi, minami, and higashi? Directions or placement like ushiro, ushiro, mae, mae, ue, and shita? Or like migi and hidari? What are we talking about in terms of direction and placements? I think my output is all those. Oh, they're fine. I still confuse my left with my right though. Like what I mean is I do that in all 4 languages. But this is more of a psychology problem. Like I still say migi when I mean hidari sometimes. And then I sometimes say right, but I really mean my other right. In English. And then, you know, izquierda, and second izquierda and like izquierda. Well, you get the point. The only way you know is by kanji. Exactly. That's when it's written. When things are written, we're okay. If I'm reading, it's okay because I spend most of my time reading. Like even streaming, I spend like 90% of my time reading other people's Japanese and in other people's Spanish. So most of the time, reading is fine. But when I speak, I sometimes like I would point. I know the camera is inverted, right? Like if I'm pointing right, it's actually pointing left. But whenever I mean like nishi, I would sometimes raise my right hand, even though I mean higashi, right? So occasionally, but in this game, what they do, they typically display it, so it's okay. 大丈夫です, right? 大丈夫. But I totally do it in real life. Like my parents still do it. Like when we're driving, I'm like, you know how I get around this with my parents, instead of saying a 左边, right? 左 and yeah, you see, I've already forgotten. 左边 and 后边, right? 后 and 右 and 左. I always say that way and point. Yeah. So me, instead of like, you know, upsetting my parents by using my fingers and stuff, because they always ask me for directions because they don't know how to use a GPS because of English interface and whatnot. Instead, what I would say is your on your side. Make turn to your side. So like the next your side, and then the next one is my side. So instead of saying that way and this way, I'm saying okay, so okay, on the next light, go in your direction, turn your direction. So that's what I would say in Fujonese, like ni dung turn, dung ni himeng. So turn in your direction, like turn on your side instead. So like turn 你的边 like 你的边your side. That's how I would get around it, because I still, whenever I say like a draw, my parents would then sometimes turn right. Like they would turn in a different direction, and I don't know what that is, but it's universal. It happens so often, and I feel like it also supersedes language barriers for whatever reason. Even if you're acquiring a new language or you're learning a new target language, you still do the thing. You still, like, despite the terms are still the same, like different, like all the terms are really different. Somehow, at least in my opinion, I still mix up left and right. Uh, Regardless if the language had, like, you learn the language like another language again. Sometimes I would be like izquierda, which is actually this way, not that way. But so I did it literally recently when I was refreshing my Spanish. Use your hands whenever someone wants to know left or right. Yes, exactly. Nonverbal communication, so underrated. Nonverbal communication is absolutely underrated. And I use my hands a lot. So when I'm talking, I'm either using my hands to write on the screen. So unfortunately, I don't have like a pen device for being video games, but when I'm learning other things, I typically pull out, like if I have to explain something, I will pull out a diagram. So I would use symbolism, lots of symbolism or motion to communicate, right? There's a reason when you do this, it feels a little awkward. And then when you're down here, it can create a safe space, right? So nonverbal communication is kind of a thing a thing of the past, largely because of the heightened use of texting. So texting now is being augmented by GIFs, right? Um, using imagery. So in a way, you can still leverage that when you're in person. You can still use your hands, smile, do a rub-a-dub thing. But I feel like there is a generation nowadays, like a younger generation, where if you place someone in front, you can tell which generation they're from. So recently, I was away for a week. I don't this usually doesn't happen. It only happens once, literally once every year, most of the time, because I have obligations. I go to a convention center. I work at a convention center for an anime conventions. It's called Otakan, and it happens at the end of July and the beginning of August. And through my years, it's been 18 years, 18 consecutive years since I've been in Otakan. Through those 18 years, there have been a substantial shift in the type of interaction that people have. And it's kind of, I want to say it feels weird. I don't want to say it's bad or good because it's a changing times, right? I'm not a product of the as influential, like influenced by the time of that are influencing other people, younger people's behavior. But man, the days where like people talk to each other and they would use like hand motions and like smile or like kick the ground or like, hey, you guys want to go like swing hit some balls or something, or like just toss something, like, so you would make these motions. But lately, I would say the kids who go to Otakon, like anime conventions, like 16-year-olds or somewhere in like before they become of age, they sit around, like this is their version of communication. Uh-huh. Oh, that sounds good. Where you guys want to eat? This place seems nice. That's it. Like it would be like they would sit and congregate in the corner, and it would be like a circle of people, and all of them would be like doing this, and I was like, oh, okay, that sounds good. Do you think you're happy about it, or they don't even talk about emotions most of the time. It'd be like that, and I'm like, oh, that's different. At the same time, nonverbal communication, it's optional. It's very optional now. Maybe in the future it might be a little different because of the advent of technology and maybe faces. Not me actually moving my hands even when they don't see me. Exactly. I do this all the time. I still do this. I am a product of an older generation. Like, here a lot of kids, like younger people, tell me nowadays when they meet me in person, they say that my face is very animated, right? Or like I'm very enthusiastic or something about me. They can't quite pin what it is, but in the end it's kind of funny because it's one of those things that when you're using your hand, you're kind of like demanding attention from them because it's odd. It's a thing that they're not used to, and it can make them feel very uncomfortable. And I totally get that. But sure, boy howdy, I would want them to also feel comfortable in doing that. Because there are things that, yeah, maybe sometimes you don't have the word for it. Yeah, like the word for it. Every time I say word, I do this motion. It's largely because of like a combination of sign language and whatnot. So whenever I think about something, what is that? You do a snapping motion, right? Like it's right on the tip of my tongue, right? So all of these things still happen for me, but wow, there are people who would like talk to each other, and they would be standing like this. This is how the new modern years. Like, so two people would be standing here, and it would just be dialogue boxes. It would legitimately be a video game. Like that's how people talk. So imagine imagine when people play a video game, right? And they emote to each other. Like Clair Obscur is a great example, where suddenly you're seeing scenes where technology is helping, right? Like I think technology will make it this normal again, like nonverbal communication and whatnot, like the expressiveness of your body and whatnot. Because when video games show that, it's not like kids don't appreciate that anymore. Like, you know, emoting, smiling, like doing a jest, like fist bumping, like tapping people, like shoving people, that kind of thing while speaking. But honestly, it's gotten to a point where this seems normal, where you like talk to this guy
桃太郎の動物は
and
岡山
nothing
市のお城
happens.
の前に
Like
ある。
you're literally standing here, your hands beside your thing, and you're just like nodding and speaking with no motion whatsoever. And I witnessed this. It's increased over time. Like if not, the easiest way is to make sure you're holding a phone and then you talk without sharing any form of nonverbal communication with the other person. You literally sit there, and I did this. It did happen. My roommates that I share a room with, like as I'm working at Otakon, we did this for like 3 hours. But we were laying in, we were laying in side beds and stuff. But that has an appropriateness. But man, there are people who stand right in the middle of like an entire atrium, and their body would be stuck like this, and they would have perfectly normal conversations. And my first thought is, I always wanted to go up to them and ask them, do you know what your friend is wearing when you were talking to them? Like, here, I still do the same things. Someone comes up to greet me, I'm already looking at like the shirt, the shirt, the pants. It's telling you a lot of things. And that's also part of language learning, right? You have to also learn the language and the cultural relevance of what you're saying. That's part of the context. You know, context learning. I actually think this is a fun plug for learning another language, because when you start reading books again, you know, like picture books and stuff, you'll start to appreciate once again that it tells you how they feel as well by how they dress. Exactly. And sometimes I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but or not bad news, but maybe a little bit um I don't want to be too negative, but there are a lot of kids who don't care about what they dress like. It's no longer about vanity. Like, it's no longer about, oh, you're dressing cringe, or like worrying about superficial things. It's more about the lack of expression now. Like, the world has, like, at least in the United States, youth is no longer, it has a different issue now. Not only do most youth kind of just basically like to dress very similarly, right? Similarly, they also have no encouragement or motivation to want to care about their dress. Like, it's the opposite end. There used to be a time when, you know, vanity and stuff was too overemphasized. Like, oh, it really did, there was too much emphasis on your outer appearance, right? But that has shifted in the last 10 years. Now people don't really pay attention to how interesting and fun and expressive and openly expressive you can be. I'm like, the last 9 people that I've conversed very closely with, they're all in like their 20s, and their favorite dress is black t-shirt and black pants and possibly black shoes. And no, they're not trying to be expressive goth people. No. We're talking about like plain black shirt and darkened jeans and shoes, like sneakers, but preferably black. And my thought was, oh, well, that tells me a lot. It's the plain fit, yeah. That tells me a lot, but at the same time, where has it changed? Like, I totally understand that you shouldn't be overly worried about what you wear, but man, I have since been different now as well. When I was a kid, I also was like that, but it was for a very different reason. It was for vanity and being sticking out. But now I stick out. So, like, when I go to a store, my first thought is, oh, hey, that pastel green with red flower shirt seems like an interesting statement piece. I should buy that sometime and then go to an Otakon convention, like work at an Otakon convention. And what do you hear? Most of the time are kids that say, oh, I really like your shirt. It's like, well, you should also wear something like that. Try it out, right? And by the way, in an anime convention, it's already selected for that. Most people are a lot more expressive. So I'm the people that I'm referring to are people I meet outside of a convention. Those individuals feel like everything is so drab, right? You don't have to always want to dress in a plain white tee. You don't have to. Get excited, and I obviously whatever is good. Like, I'm talking about, I must imbue some greed in people's expressions. It's like pulling teeth. When I try to get a younger person to be excited and explain something to me that they're excited about, their default would be, oh yeah, I'm doing all right. Okay. Can you tell me something that you've done in the past day? Because we would be catching up. I actually do this routine with a lot of people, where if we decide on a day we meet up, we will try to meet up and we will try to talk about something. And the first thing I would try to do is to get someone to tell me what did they do in the day. Anything, just anything. Describe it. Be interested in it. Because boy howdy, sometimes I worry when someone just dressed plain and then they stop taking care of themselves. It can spiral really quickly. You know, they don't know how to get satisfaction. Here's one, and it deals with language learning. I talked about this with Gustav earlier today. Gustav, we just met, stranger, and that person asked me, what else do I do on top of what I'm streaming, like Wanikani, Wanikani and Hanza Hero for SRS. And eventually it led to my discussion about what you should do to like a recommendation, maybe like a unsolicited suggestion that is fundamental to humans. When you're learning something, it's great to do them when you're most high energy, right? Like you can do whatever. Like if you like Wagotabi, go for it. If you like pulling up a Genki textbook or just drilling with your friends, that's a high energy thing. At the end of the day, or at least every other day or some day to get yourself through the door again, you gotta find a way to apply it, express it, and use it just enough to know that you enjoy the fruits of your labor. So, in my opinion, a lot of times when kids dress plain, I often ask them, is there any value for you to be interested in what you wear because you have to wear it every day? Like, imagine if that plain white tee is something you really like to wear because you have to wear it every day. Imagine how much return on investment that is for your well-being and your excitement. Like, I say this in an oxymoronic way nowadays to kids. One of the most exciting things I do is when buying new pairs of socks, or like if I have a hole in my socks, like, oh boy howdy, now I get to buy new socks. Now it's spend like the next 2 weeks deciding on what type of socks I buy. If that sounds like it's trivial, right? And I'm so excited about something trivial, imagine how excited someone would be and how happy someone would be when big things happen, right? But the small things pile up. So getting people to be excited about their living situation, their habits, their language learning. Their language learning is going to be a habit that you want, right? You're going to want to use it. So if you're constantly battling stigma, apprehension, stress, that's going to consume your livelihood. It is likely going to build and create resistance. So in order to open that door up, get someone to tell you something about their studying. So obviously now you might be able to tell why I ask you these questions and explain things, and then how I connect with Caesar and stuff. It's like you gotta get people to be interested and expressive of their thoughts and stuff. Then, in my opinion, it will make it seem like their life. You don't have to convince them that their life is interesting to someone else. You get them to share it, and that's awesome. Because then, if you are able to share it and communicate, you might be surrounded by people who care and reciprocate that. And I think in this life, or at least in a lifetime being human, everyone deserves someone else who makes them care about their own lives and also share to each other mutually, right? So if there's anything I can do in a day's worth of time, you give me an hour, I can at least try to make you care about your own life and give you the impression at least I would be open ears to hearing whatever is interesting in your life, because I don't think there's enough of that nowadays on the internet in general. Like, people don't even care about sharing what they're excited about. Like, if you're agonizing over whether you want to buy a pink shirt, then give me a few pictures. I have some thoughts about pink shirts. At least, hopefully, you have like a friend or something. It's like, hey, check out, like, honestly, I'm in the market for like a floral shirt, because I'm thinking of like this television show where the father figure is like a mafia boss and he only wears black, but one day the main character like contacted their father, and their father just shows up in a Hawaiian shirt with some like open toe sandals, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like you go from someone you go from someone who, okay, they're very imposing and they are very striking, but at the same time there's also expressiveness and happiness which can be communicated through body language, um the things you wear. And I do often wonder, what, you love to share your life with others but all your friends are just not interested, which is sad. Maybe hear me out. I often think that if you can get them to share something, maybe that can cause them to reciprocate as well. So my first thought is, well, if they don't like share, like if they don't are not interested in what you're saying, I would ask them what they're doing, and I would totally try to do and get into their life. So then what happens is, no matter what, you are sharing something. If you know what I mean. So then they have to care because you're sharing the experience. Not that I'm saying you should like brute force all the time, but that is also an alternative. Like, okay, well, Mr. uh Mr. here, you, like, for example, you seem to really care about this game. And I don't really care about that game too much. And then you don't seem to really care about my game. But hey, we like games. You want to start a game together? or hey, can you explain to me why your game is interesting and I'll participate in it. There's no losing me now. At least that's an alternative. But yeah. I would say I'm glad to hear that you love sharing your life with others. That's fantastic. I think that's an old age thing that I feel could be revitalized in a younger audience to make it more impactful, right? So that their normal daily lives, like their common environments, will lead to more intimate and meaningful excitement. And of course the opposite is true too. It can lead to damage and rejection and stuff, but we're not going to focus. It comes with the package. While there's also meaningful relationships, there's can also be meaningful rejections, right? The idea is, though, without forming communication and expression, I'm going to bring it back to language learning now. That, in my opinion, becomes one of the biggest barriers. I would argue, if not the biggest barrier to communicating at the end. Like, you could be the baller person who studied all the kanji in the world, like 6,000, 8,000, I don't know, whatever. You can do all of that, and yet the very final step is to be normalized in expressing with other people. And to me, that might sound to me that sounds trivial, but it's not, in my opinion, to a younger generation. That is like the biggest thing. That's almost the thing that is the reason why they push it off. So you push it off, you keep pushing it off, and any reason to push it off is a good reason. So here comes, you come on by, someone's saying input only, input only. Like, you'll be ready when you speak. It's like, okay, yes, true, right? Unless it never happens. There can be a wall that is so big that regardless of how competent you are, you're unable to share how competent you are, right? And one of them is this diatribe, this like digression that I'm having right now. I wouldn't be doing this if I hadn't practiced a lot. And it doesn't have to be acquiring a new language. It could be using your native language. So oftentimes one of the things I raise concern about is I ask the person, oh, so how are you socializing now? It's like, are you having excellent interactions or consistent interactions between the people you know using your native language? Because that's not going to be any easier when you start using a target language, right? And for some, as long as they know they're not interested in interpersonal communication, that's fine. Like some people learn Japanese because all they want to do is read manga and watch anime, right? That's fine. And as long as they have enough friends to keep them happy for a lifetime and like loving others and finding their necessary social and emotional affirmation, excellent. However, the many cases that I've encountered when it comes to the underlying motivation problems or underlying impediments is that despite having some of the most like when I ask them questions to help me, they know so much. They can explain so much. But then when it came to saying, oh, so now did you find a use case for your language, your target language? Like, well, I'm an introvert, so I just kind of avoid speaking to people. Like, okay, but you want to live in Japan sometime, right? Yeah, and like, well, why don't you start now? Like, you can work on communication skills. It doesn't have to be in Japanese. Because I can tell you now, if you're thinking, what does learning how to communicate and interact in your native language have anything to do with communicating and interacting uh, in your target language? When you know how to interact and express things already in another language, it becomes quite like breathing air when you're learning another language, because then you're always looking to know how to do that. You have so many more things that you're motivated to want to do with the language. Like for me, the first thing I'm thinking of is, how do I sound like a streamer in Japanese? Like, okay, okay, I have 20 common questions. I'll list the common questions. Now let me brainstorm at least 3 or 4 different ways I can reply to these questions in Japanese. That's what I'm doing in the next couple of years, or in the next in the year of 2026 is probably what I'm gonna do. Like then I'm thinking, oh, I really love video games, but I need to learn how to speak like perspective and the stuff that I'm already doing. How do I do that? So all of that then becomes your motivation, like becomes your drive. It's almost unapologetic. Like, hey, you want to read manga? That's cool, dude. Right now I'm just studying this 100 list of most common frequently asked questions that I have to answer and be able to read as a response online because I stream. And all of that will consume my passion. Like it's awesome. So when you're communicating and you're learning a language, oof, it is a very goated thing in my opinion. Hot take, very hot. Goated thing if you're already doing it in your native language, because it's second nature by the time you unlock the skill set. You unlock and circumvent, like I can finally, I don't know, do X, Y, and Z. I can finally wish someone a good day and ask them how they're feeling in my target language. Which is great. Whenever you learn something new, you always try to make a question answer kind of thing. Yes, exactly. That's excellent. I do the thing where like, okay, question answer thing, right? The question answer. I actually ask myself, what can I do with it too? Like the questions and answers themselves are encouraging me to think about it. Like, okay, I just learned the word for katana. Like where would I be able to use this? All right, tomorrow I'm going to share a story about katana in katana being used in one of my favorite video games, you know? Or saru. How am I gonna use saru in a case? So let's go and scratch my back memory. What would I think? I could talk about Planet of the Apes, but then saru is monkey, but I gotta pivot anyways. Or like tori. Tori, maybe like the Guardians of Cahal, which is their owls, but that's fine. And then Inu, Inu probably Doug from the movie Up. So that's kind of how it goes around, you know? Like, how do I remember these things? Oh, it's also attached to all the things that I'm referring. Though they're my mind palace. This is the mind palace technique. So if you need to remember like Okayama, right? Okayama, I remember it because Oka and Yama mean something now, right? They mean something in Japanese. In fact, it's kind of interesting that they still continue the Hana as opposed to the kanji because we haven't acquired the kanji yet. Because Yama, you know, mountain, and Oka is plenty. Or are they using plenty? Okayama sounds like plenty mountains. Or it could be evil. No. There are other ways to express Oka. Yama is usually mountain in a name, but it's probably many mountains.
すごいですね。桃太郎の刀は
Yeah.
いい刀です。
Oh, sorry.
正宗
I was
先
using
生
this
は
as an example.
桃太郎の刀を作ります。
So now I gotta give the book back to the fish book, the book about fish. Sakana hon, you know, sakana no hon. Okay.
こんにちは。行きますか。行きましょう。
I rant like this all the time. I hope that's okay.
西、東、
If it's exhausting, don't worry. I'll do most of the talking. I don't do this when the stream goes off. So
西、
disclaimer. I wind down after not on stream. I always come with my A game. Like I'm peak energy. Whenever you don't mind it, okay. I also have to keep in mind that if anyone's surprised that I'm like don't talk very much off stream, it's because I recharge. So instead of pretending or like instead of like dividing my energy throughout the day, right? Like a lot of people like to be consistent with their behavior. So if they're on camera, for example, on stream, they're like mid-tone and chill, and they want to like chill and mid-tone for the rest of their time, even off stream. A lot of times people will say that's being genuine. For myself, I'm being genuine in the sense that I'm being honest with you. When I'm on stream, I prepare for it. I am always at my highest energy, or I attempt to. And then when I'm like going down to my low energy state, I would stop streaming. Because to me, it is what I want people to know. There's a time to be incredibly ready for things. My mindsets are always set for things. If I want to go running, I'm in the running mindset. If I'm in streaming, I'm in the stream mindset. So hopefully, when people see me IRL and I'm like, I look like a 70-year-old with a cane because I'm overexhausted. Excuse me. Hopefully I don't look like that. But I always tell people, if you ever see me in IRL, I probably look like I'm 60 as opposed to like I'm 20. And I always joke about when someone says, "Oh, but you look like you're in your early 30s," despite being almost 40. And my first thought is, oh, it's all the AI stuff. I use AI generated things, so like this is a deep fake. We're trying to do some de-aging. I'm kidding, obviously, but not so kidding. Figuratively, I'm saying it figuratively. I want to present myself as someone who during a specific period of time, they understand what it's like to be or treat things differently. I was talking about the show Severance with Gustav earlier, who I just met. But if you want me to talk about language learning, I want to be as excited as possible. So I often reserve my energy to talk about these things. And then we can always scale down is my rule of thumb, right? I try to always make sure that I can meet anyone's energy level. It's always an option to lower your energy level to make someone feel comfortable. But I don't ever operate on maximum energy level that I can't meet someone else. So whenever I appear to someone, whenever someone calls me for help or like ask me to accompany themselves, I try to make sure I have excess energy. As in, if something goes wrong, I can accommodate. If they don't want to be so active, I can lower down and match the energy. But you can never, it's so much harder to go up, like past your limit, versus working within your limit. So when it comes to stream, I leave like a 20% headroom, but I'm always above at a higher energy than I usually am when I'm chilling. Chilling and learning and, in the background and whatnot. So don't want to give anyone the false impression, obviously.
ありがとうございます。
Yes. Here you go, little goober.
何
What? Oh, wait. I don't understand this part. Yeah, so I think I had this problem before where the girl wants... Wait,
あ
hold
り
up.
がとうご。めいこちゃんは漫画が好きだから毎日漫画を読む。
Mm-hmm.
私も毎日漫画を読む。
Right? But how do I think I was questioning this before too. Like, where does this manga go? Wait, hold up. This doesn't tell me anything, right? Sakanashi wa... Oh no. Sakanashi wa... 日本の南の海、海にある。It just says a bunch of things, right? Ocha, sure. Yep. So the question is, how do I complete?
ありがとうございます。めいこちゃんは漫画が好きだから毎日
Yeah, see, I
漫画
can't
を
give
読む。
this to him.
何
You want it, kid. Wait, hold up. Let's find out. So, I don't think I ever solved it, like, understood this in the last update. Hold up.
あそこの子供の本はつまらない。
Mhm.
漫画は面白いね。
And so she moved on. She moved on beyond the manga thing. And now I thought she was returning the favor by giving this book. And I thought I could give the book back to the kid. But that's not true. Let's see. Uh-huh. Sure. Mm-hmm. 大きい魚も小さい魚もいる。Right. Big fish, small fish. 大きい魚は元気ではない。お、小さい魚を食べる。 right? 魚は毎日海のお水を飲む。And 海のお水はぬるいからね。ぬるいから美味しくない。Okay? I mean, that's fine. 川からのお水も飲む。Interesting. そのお水はぬるくないから、ぬるくないから美味しいけど、海のお水をよく飲む。Okay? That doesn't give me anything that I can use. 雨が降ると、昨日、wait. 昨日水 wait, is that really 昨日 okay. No. 昨日お水お水も美味しい It's like talking from a perspective of fish. I don't, it's just talking about like the water being good, and then when it rains, drink. Let's see. 山の上の雪の中のお水は時々川の中にある。So on the it's just snow on the mountain. Sometimes drink water. There's water. There's water in the river. あの水が冷たいけど美味しい。Water is delicious. Cool water. That water is. お茶のお水は熱いから美味しくない。So when a tea and water is warm, right, or hot, it's not great. It's not tasty. 日本人と外国人とか飲む悪いお水だ。So Japanese and foreigners drink bad water, or the water they drink is bad. And then sakanashi, right? This is like fish city. Sakanashi no sakana wa sono o mizu mo hitu mo suki de dewa nai, right? So it's like talking from a fish perspective, but I don't know that has anything to do with completing this task. Right? And
こんにちは。行きますか
oh, I can give things to everyone.
行きましょう。
That's interesting.
東
So I don't think it's the kid that has the last mission, right? I'm pretty sure it's one of
Minami.
these people though. Let's which way? Yeah.
東
Oops. Wait. Oh, I did it again.
西
I did west and east mix up. In my head.
桃太郎の石の桃太郎についての本を読みますか
Nope.
風が吹きますね。かわいいですね。
Nothing I can do here.
いらっしゃいませ。
Nothing I can do here. What about you?
岡山県の天
No?
気がいいときはいつも外にいますけど、
面白い
Nope.
こんにちは。行きますか行きましょう。
What was the last thing?
下右下右
Okay. I will find you.
暑くない。
No.
寒く。天気はいいですね。
Okay, that's fine.
時々、倉敷市に雪が降りますけど、蒜山の山に雪がよくあります。
Can't do anything about that.
私は冷たいお茶が好きですけど、愛理さんは温かいお茶が好きです。
Oh, here it is. Here's the other one. This is about
外が
temperature.
寒い時は温かいお茶が好きですけど、ベンさんは冷たいお茶が好きです。
これは冷たいお茶だ。これは温かいお茶だ。
I thought that kid had like a secret. I feel like that kid should have a secret.
私は冷たいお茶が好きですけど、愛理さんは温かいお茶が好きです。
Why is this so huge and the other one's so tiny? You give the guy a tiny cup and you give the
ありがとうございます。毎日冷たいお茶を飲みます。
外が寒い時は温かいお茶が好きで、ありがとうございます。天気が寒い時は温かいお茶はいいですね。
So the girl just has like a gigantic cup and then the guy has a tiny cup. All right. So we're good. We're good. What else we got? Oh yeah, we need to get the... All right. I guess after all that ranting, right? We gotta run it back. Actually, so there's something here.
何回ですか？
Oh,
2回です。
oh, I know why it's here. This is to complete the main quest, but you can't because you can't leave. Wait, actually, hold up. Maybe you can. And then I gotta get the 2 stars from the last dude.
こんにちは。右に電車の切符。何を買いますか？ 切符ので買いを
Whoops. I clicked so rapidly.
何を買いますか？ 電車の切符買います。どこまでですか？
We want, Dyson ね。
3960円です。
Okay.
ちょうどいた。ありがとうございます。
And then this should lead into the construction zone, right? Yep. Okay. Yep. And that should get us the complete and then lead us to the construction zone. Yep. As expected. And that gives us our completion of that stuff. And then now... Okay. Time to watch me fail over and over again. Okay. Oh, there's also these achievement things. Whoops. That gives hints, right? But let's do this first. I think I'm fairly energetic today, so let's try a couple times.
3が来るけど大丈夫
Okay. Wait. What in the actual... Oh.
山の上の天気は寒いね。
Okay.
有名な、あまりは、好きじゃ。日本
Here's
の
the
北
starting
に
Wagotabi for
人が
today.
少
Gotta
ない
write
け
all the
ど
new
動
grammar and
物が
vocabulary
多い。
down. Okay, okay. Good luck, good luck. Oh yeah, you're way over there. You're starting your day. I hope your day starts. I hope this is a decent day to start. Yeah. Enjoy, enjoy. I forgot. You're on the other side.
日本の北に人が少ないけど動物が多い。日本語の言
It's
葉
already
は
2 p.m.
漢字が多い。
Yeah.
難しい。日本語の言葉は漢字が多い。
Yeah, don't let me hell you up. You know? Enjoy, enjoy. um Oh,
暑
rip.
い。
Okay. From the top.
「山の上」。 涼しいが吹くから好きなところだ。 この車は安くないですよ。 4 10万 6 100 8 1000です。
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. From the top. Oh my gosh, I saw the thing the moment I clicked on it. I didn't read the whole thing because I was too impatient.
もしもし。駅にいるよ。またね。
Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Hold. I thought it was 100万. Why did that? What?
1000万
Oh, 1000万. Oh my gosh, I'm one off by I'm 110. It's 10 million, not 1 million.
もしもし。
Oh
駅にい
my
るよ。
gosh. Save me.
公園の前のお寺は有名だけど好きじゃない。有名だ。
That's a typo. Uh,
楽しいです。
oh,
天気が暑いとき、牛に冷たい水をあげる。毎日を飲むから元気だ。
Uh-oh.
日本の言葉がはが
What? I have a lot of... How does have get caught?
わかる。難しい。
Oh, a lot. Oh, a lot is the adjective. Whoops. I could add an adjective, right? Yeah.
優しい。
That's a typo.
080-3671-429店の水は
What?
悪い。
Oh, is it lukewarm water? Oh, dang. Okay.
馬に乗りましょう。楽しいよ。
Hmm. You son of a duck! 10-10. Oh my gosh.
冷たい。
That's a typo.
彼らがいた階に人がたくさんいました。コンビニに冷たいお茶はないです。
Oh my gosh, I'm just clicking on whatever I see. What in the world?
あなた。
I don't think that. No, I don't think that. That's a little bit of a stretch.
「とても」
Oh, I missed the. I saw sometimes. Okay. What the? Why do you do that?
マリは毎日漢字書きますよ。すごいです。
Oh.
ねよ。
Oh, I don't think that should be a thing.
カバンから漢字についての本をそのカバンは不便だから私の車は地下6階にあります。コーヒーはぬるいけど大丈夫？人、大人はコンピラさんまで行く。
Is it backwards? It's backwards.
面白くて
Oh, mushikorote. Oh, mushikorote. Didn't know. Forgotten. And help.
この町の地下にが多い。道の地下だ。
What? Oh, bendy だね。But この道が多い。How does that compute?
多い
I'm
現地
missing one. So kono, yeah, komonichi na chikano, chikano no. Oh, it's the other way around. So in this town. Oh, I need the position, right? Okay.
猫かわいいですから小さい
The
で
other
す
way around. Cause first. Or, yes, cause first.
「上手ではない
Oh, not contracted. Right. No contraction. Alright.
わたはが
You're bad at.
下手なので 人が日本語 日本語が話します人と
Oh, was it used first?
使いません話しません
Wakara na. Oh, understanding. Whoops. Understanding.
3
Where is it?
万5 100 9 10円ですか高いですね雨が降る時が多い
Oh, wait. Old? Yes. Okay.
そして寒いが く
Oh my goodness. Send help. That took too long. Hmm.
トイの日本日本トイレ
Hmm.
日本は暖かいですかすごいですよ
It's the other way around. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Uh,
つまらない時とこに行く
uh,
カバンに少し
heck. Where's Okane? Okane, where are you? Wait. Oh, Okane is up there. What? Oh, my bag. Oh my gosh. Do you want Watashi? No. What? Oh,
Kaban.
okay, wait.
に
What? Oh, in my bag.
のなに少しがあるある
Something's missing. What? The heck? Oh,
から
oh no. Uh,
6円弁当を6円の6円を買いましょう
oh, they used it as a modifier for. Okay, okay, sure. Sure.
1万円をあげますよいですかありが悪い
I was thinking cold is bad. Okay.
カバンから漢字についての本を出します。時々外国人に日本語を教えます。高松市まで行くそしてうちは マリ3。うちわ。渡す。家の後ろに豚がいるよ。本当だ。カバンの中の漢字の本は良くないですか？
Oh.
の貝に多い。あまり多い。がのでにが多い。
Don't really like.
あまり好きじゃないが多いので行きま
Oh, that was yikes.
にへようこそ。私たちはが下手なので日本語わからない人のでとですのでが
No. How do I?
が人と話しません。
Oh, I need the. Oh, okay. I couldn't order it in time. The timer keeps ticking, so kind of annoying. Okay.
雨が降る時が多い。そして寒いが吹く。あなたはいつもわからない。少ない。
Well, that's questionable. That's very questionable.
いいです。
Oh, wait. Oh, you're making polite present. Okay.
マリさんは毎日漢字を書きますよ。すごいですね。日本語勉強します。けど上手。もしもし、何階にいる？お金がけど万に万円くれないか？ちょっと時々岡山県桃をおいしいもを食べる。日本の面白い漫画を
Hey,
よく
Poco.
読むよ。
Hey, Poco.
日本の面白い漫画をよく読むよ。人が来ないところはいいですね。ちゃんにが私にできれいなおきおをくれる。
Oh, what's Scott? How are you? Is this a new game? No, this is Wagotabi. whole game. But it is a Steam launch. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing?
日本の面白い漫画をよく読むよ。そのカバンは不便だから毎日を勉強します。けど日本はよくありません。
Really? Is Yoku?
Oita.
Oh, oita. Dang it. I conjugated it improperly.
マリは自転車でに来ました。に大きい城があります。雪きれいだけど冷たい。
Oh no. Oh no.
家が少ない。
Oh no wait.
少ないものが家が好きじゃない。
Son of a bee sting! Oh, it's the other way around. Is this going to be the last segment of the stream? Ah, yeah, it is. Or I'm gonna attempt to anyways. I don't think I'm
そ
gonna be
の
able
大
to do
き
this
い動
today.
物はいつも何を食べますか？
We need to get 30 in a row. That's the idea.
No.
What in the world? Oh.
貝にが好きじゃない多い好きじゃないにが多いので行きま日本語勉強しますけど上手誰カバンだった家の後ろに豚がいるね
Oh no. Wait.
よ本当ね
You son of a... Oh, Hontata. Oh my gosh, dude. That's still... those things should be interchangeable, actually.
その大きい動物はいつも
I kind of disagree with that.
カバンから漢字についての本を出します3階
Sangai. That's a typo.
時々おいしもも
No.
岡山県おいももお 食べる。2、漫画。話しま。山の上。涼しい。服から。好きところ。が。服から。好きとだ。日本の刀のお店はすごいですね。先生の質問。に答える。日本をは日本を使います。馬は好きだけどは好きじゃ。エレベーターに乗ります。そして10階まで行きます。もしもし、何階にいる？皆に。神は皆にへ。有名ではないか？
WT Heck. Oh, wait. What? I guess. Okay. Okay.
このスマホは不便だ。使わ時々きのこ先生に面白い漢字の本をもらいます。この車は安くないですよ。400万 6、10です。
What? Wait. Wait. Hold up.
10、6、万、8、10、6、100、万、100、万、8、10円です。
I'm not reading this number properly. 400. Oh, 468. Oh, okay. It's actually a lot easier than breaking those up. Okay, alright.
誰のカバンだった？私の彼女と毎日町の南にある有名なビーチに行きます。私の彼女と毎日町の南にある有名なビーチに行きます。エレベーターに乗ります。そして10階まで行きます。取る。
Oh, that's a typo.
物が少ない家が好きじゃない。この英語の言葉はどう読みますか？どの、弁当、を、か、は、好きだ。牛、は、好きじゃ。山の上の天気は寒いね。この車は安くないですよ。
Oh no! Wait.
4、6、8、10 万、円です。ね。
Wait. 400. Yeah, I've missed the first placement each time.
お、名前。テラのお、名前は有名だ。
Did they honorific the temple instead of the name? That's fine. I think that's a disagreement.
「た、前に」子供たくさんですかわいいいますね。
Okay.
じは
Where the heck is Bendy? Oh.
便利だ。時
What? When going to the beach? Oh, wait. When going to the beach.
ビーチへ行く時は自転が便利だね。そして楽しい
Ugh, that sucked.
馬は好きだはけど好きじゃない好きじゃ
Okay. Eventually, my eyes are kind of like hurting a little, so I don't got too many more chances. Okay.
雪はきれいだけど冷たい。大丈夫な自転車ですか？ラーメンのお店に有名な人が来ます。きのこ先生の家の番号は何ですか？
Okay.
わたはが下手なので人がわからない日本語わからない人と 子供の本だからつまらない。漫画に話しま。こんにちは。天気は暑いですね。
What the heck? Oh my gosh.
来ない。ところ。
Places where people don't come are nice?
が。ところ。
How the flip?
来ない。ところ。人はです。が。
Ito ka. People that people don't come. Where people don't places where people don't come? That's what? Dude, that is disgustingly worded. Plain? Not contracted?
元気ではない。
Oh, so that's considered to go on that. Okay. I'm just gonna skip that. There's too many texts right now.
「い」ですかに千60010円です。
I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it today. I think I ranted too long.
公園の前のラーメンのラーメンはどうおいしいです。
I can't.
は
What?
どうか
What? 美味しいけど Oh, whoops. Oh, no, the last part. Wasn't paying attention.
キノコ、先生のお金を使いましょう。だよ。誰のカバンだった？
Really?
3万5、100、9、10円ですね。です。高い。
Oops. Oh, what? Wait, what's going on? Oh,
です。かでね。
oh my gosh. Send help. I'm stuck in an infinite loop.
よ。
Yo, no, no, that is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. What am I doing here? Oh, I just wanted, okay.
この男の子はよくひらがなを書きます。寒い。
What?
時。水を飲まないです。水を飲まないです。そうですか？
Some help. You son of a... Oh my gosh, I hate Doctor 1010 like cheap 1010 stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so triggered. Okay.
猫は綺麗だけど、豚は綺麗ではない。
I'm so triggered. Alright.
私に、店の人。お茶。温かいお茶。お茶。みの人。お茶。お茶。おう。
Oh.
みすのうどん。人。
What?
お茶。人。の
I can't think. I can't work that out right now. It's taking so long. Udon no. Oh, they start with udon no. Oh, I see. And then it gives me, and then oh yeah. It has to be in that order, even though it can be said in a different order. Because of these things locking in. I don't like how these things lock in. What?
No.
So you're just gonna go
Manga.
with this? It says it's from Japan, but there's no expression of from Japan here.
No. Manga. 読む。
Yeah, that's wild. Moshiroi manga. Oh, that makes a little bit more sense.
Watashi.
Oops.
私の便スマホかに入れる
Okay. Okay.
この道の山はときれいなので来ます。
Freaking flipped.
ゆなはあまり好きじゃ。どの漫画日本漫画が優しいですか？です。入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
Right. What is happening?
「自転車は1万160円でした。」お金をないがからやスマホを買う彼ら
Oh no.
がいました。に
What in the world?
彼らがたくさん会にが会にたくさんたくさんのたくさんいました。
This is ridiculous. Oh, wait, I accidentally screwed up. I meant to put the dot there. I need... Oh, God. Oh, that makes sense. Which liberates it to... Oh, my eyes, man. My eyes. I need to bring this window down. My neck feels like it's been looking up the entire time. This is always up here. Need to reset.
カバンを取る。そしてマリさんに電話する。ね。自転車は1160円でした。の漫画に話します。お店のうどんはとても安いですよ。300円です。難しいな。質問ので答え。優しくないです。
WTF? Oh, you put the na at the end? Oh, okay. What in the... Precious. What the heck? Oh.
大切漫画の上。
What? Oh. It's my, okay.
私の大切な漫画上にコーヒー熱いコーヒー置かないです。
Holy sentence. Does the wind blow from the west or from the south? Uh,
風が吹くからか か
what the heck?
吹くから吹か皆にから吹か
Okay. Save me. Infinite loop of
きのこ先生の家の番号は何ですか？馬
what the
私の馬に乗る山の道に行きます。
oh my goodness.
彼らがいた階に人がたくさんいました。先生の質問に答えるときは日本語を使います。この町に地下の道が多い。便利だね。この町に地下の道が多い。便利だね。私たちは英語が下手なので日本語がわからない。
Oh no. Why?
テーブルの弁を取るのでそしてビーチ行く
Oh my, I'm about to throw at that. Oh my gosh, that is so triggering. I am screwed up. I was clicking on the wrong thing. I guess that's the best I got for today. Alright, I don't want to try again. That's kind of annoying. Combo game and time combo game is not not the way. Let's see. Let's try to find whatever this is. Oh, we gotta go to Edowado, right? Edowado. Where is he? I feel like he's here? No. Oh, wait, maybe here, actually. We'll get it eventually in the next 2 days. This is only day 5, right? It's got 2 more days. Oh, no, it's not this thing. It's not Bisen. Maybe it's here? I feel like it could be here. Yes.
「私はこの家で毎日あのロボットの名前はロボです。私の可愛い犬はアレキサンダーです。毎日ロボはアレキサンダーに水を渡します。そして私は毎日アレキサンダーに桃をあげます。私と日本語を勉強しますか？ロボは毎日何をしますか？
Oh, wait, am I supposed to give the... I can pick up water... Momo. You know, Mizu? Momo. What else did he say? I could probably do all of that. Am I supposed to do all of that? No. Okay.
はに水を渡します。
はい、そうです。
There's like an achievement dealing with this guy, and we gotta figure it out. I'm kind of tired though.
私は毎日何をしますか？
エドワードはあれにをあげます。
はい、そうです。アレキサンダーは毎日私から何をもらいますか？
は3から桃をもらいます。
はい、そうです。私はホホホーさんにきれいな花をあげます。私は何をしますか？
エドワ3にがにきれいなをくれます。
はい、そうです。いいですね。このきれいな花をあげますよ。
Oh, I got the thing. What did he give me? Oh, the flower.
いいえいいえ。
Okay, so we got the flower. Neat. Can we do anything with the flower? Alright, so we did that. Now we have the only place I know ramen. Popo. Oh no, that's udon. Where we go that has ramen? This is no, this is the okonomiyaki. Oh, there was ramen here though. Who's
漫
Tampopo?
画を描く人のラーメンが好きな人ですよ。
スマホがないです。
Are you
ありがと
Tampopo?
う。
No. What about
備
you?
前市へようこそ。
私の高いスマホは便利だ。
日本のバスもお金がないですから車がないで
I
す。
don't know if
毎
Tampopo.
日漫画を描きます。
ラーメン。いらっしゃいませ。どのラーメンを買いますか？
Interesting.
ぬるいラーメンですね。
Okay. Tampopo. I don't understand what that tells me. So Tampopo no ramen, right? Ramen wa oishii. So am I supposed to be consuming?
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Oh yeah, this is Tampopo.
どのラーメンを買い、魚の、岡山県の川の魚ですよ。
Oh, okay.
は、か ?1120 円です。1120円です。
Am I just supposed to chill and consume watts of
ちょうどいただきます。
I be eating all of it? 何これ? Wait. Oh, you don't eat okay. Okay, can I eat it? Is that what I needed to do? I needed to fail and just consume it myself? What? Oh, come
いらっ
on.
しゃいませ。
It's
ど
more
の
food
ラ
for
ーメンを
me.
買いますか？肉の美味しいですよ。
Fine.
ラーメン。か ?1300 円です。1300円です。 ちょうどいただきます。
Am I supposed to steal the ramen from someone?
「私の好きなラーメンは肉のラーメンです。すごいラーメンですよ。私の漫画をあげます。」
Oh. He just gives me another one. The heck? Wait. So, what am I supposed to be doing?
これは冷たいお水だ。
いいね。
これは冷たいお水だ。こ
I'm
れ
just
は
gonna collect all
温
the
かいお
items
茶だ。
in case they become useful. How
ラー
about
メン。
ラーメンは、私は肉のラーメンが好きな人ですよ。
okay?
ラーメン。
Can I just yoink yours?
いらっしゃいませ。どのラーメンを買いますか？ぬるい。私のお店の面白いラーメンですよ。ラーメン。は、か
Am I supposed to just
870円です。
try all of them?
870円です。
Am I supposed to just try all of them? Is that the task?
ちょうどいただきます。
Like try all of them? Lukewarm ramen. Ah, okay. Okay. So we did that. No secrets though. Yeah, still stuck on 5 secrets. I don't know what the other 5 secrets are. And then we have Kaze no so sound. Wind. Maybe in the mountains. This is where wind is being mentioned. Stop! What the heck? I'm trying to interact with you.
ここは寒いですけど、かわいい動物が多い。この豚は面白いです。どの動物が好きですか？
桃太郎の動物は、犬と、猿。桃太郎の神社は、吉備津にあります。吉備津は、岡山市の西にあります。いいえいいえ。
Something dealing with the sound of the wind.
山の下に、動物、馬も、豚も、動物は、つまらなくないです。
Yeah, it's like the sound of the wind. Sound of wind. Harmonica. I'm supposed to receive a harmonica for someone. And then what is this thing? I don't know, I'm doing that. I have no idea where the 5 secrets are. I can't even find more than 5. Kaze, Huh. Where? Guess I'll leave it for tomorrow. Now this kanji thing. So there's kanji match. I wonder if I need a high score for the kanji match, right? Achievement. Uh-oh. Oops. Excuse me. That is the icon for that? Okay, sure. Okay. The flip? What? Oh. It's not even 60,000?
動物はつまらなくないです。
Not even 60k? The heck? I'm guessing this lovely kanji match has... Oh, wait. Oh, it might not... Wait, hold up. Maybe it's going back to Seiki. Seiki. Yeah.
すごいで
Uh-huh. No?
これは佐伯さんの本で
Dang it. Huh. Where is the heckin' harmonica at? Alright. I think we're good for today. I thought I ranted a lot to celebrate, you know, like it was nice to chatter about language learning while trying to squeeze in some language learning, you know, or practice really. This is more practice. The sound of wind. Right? I don't know. Sound of wind. Oto, what? Kaze no oto? Kaze no oto. How can I don't know. I can't think of anything that would strike me as other than on the top because oh, we got some focus test. Let's do this.
ちゃおテーブルテーブル
There's a
公園前に
how's that?
鳥にをあげるがいます。
Otoko no ko, right?
男の子
And I wrote, and that's a heckin' typo from uh
女男花の弁当を食べます。何これ何くんパンパン
Alright, these are the early stuff, right? So pretty okay. Those are the early stuff.
うどんをください。はい。わかりま。買う。どこでおうと
What? What? Wait, did I? Oh.
とおうかいかやこの町が多いちの道だ便利
Oh, what is going on? Pass.
に、が、多い。地下の道。便ね。
Oh, that's how you say. Okay.
魚。か。はい、そうです。お茶です。男の子。弁の肉。好きじゃありま。
Backwards.
もしもし。すみません。エレベーターに乗りますよ。こんばんは。マリですか？いいえ。男の子に弁当好きじゃ。この町に地下道が多い。の道が多い。便ね。
Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll brainstorm and keep the thing in the back of my head. Like, where else could harmonicas be? Definitely not here. Hmm. My eyeballs are burning. I have some burning eyeballs right now. I should stop. Sound of the wind, you say? Wait. What about, hold up. Not the well, but let's just see if the well, can I even get to the well? Oh, I can. What's happening here? What? Huh. Doesn't this have a mountainside?
山の上、海は、海
That's
が
really
好
loud.
きです。またね。神社。
Oh man, I thought this was it.
神社。
はじめまして。私の名前、日本語、私は
Oh, that's kind of cute actually. They're from
山が好きです。
Australia. Wait. No, 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 no. Huh. Harmonica, you say? Alright, I guess we'll just brainstorm. How are there 5 secrets that I don't...
丸亀は、丸亀の西に、お城があります。
Oh, you know what? Wait. Hold up.
鎌倉市に行きました。とても楽し、綺麗なビーチ。そして、日本に来るとき、いつも鎌倉市に行きます。
There's the one person with the phone number.
いいですね。
I could call that phone number, right?
海の動物、日本の魚。私は、
what was the phone number though? Was it over here?
悪い天気、雨が、風が、寒いですね。
No. It was the number guy. Oh, what about you?
日本は北から、そして西、日本が好きです。
And then there's Christopher, right? Wait, he transformed back. What the heck?
うわー。すごいですね。
Wait, can I give you something?
Nani?
Oh no, the backpack makes it so you can give it to... Oh no. It could be anyone. Oh wait, but I am pretty sure... Hold up. This person.
漢字は難しいですけど。
No. Was it this person? No.
またね。
Oh, someone had a phone number. Just don't remember where the person is because I don't remember the phone number. I swear I'm not making this up. And you can probably phone it up in the one area. Hold up.
悟空くんと、きれい。あの男の子は元気ですね。私は美味しいですから。
Hang. Alright, well, I'll have to think about it later. This backpack thing makes it so that you can give things to anyone. So that creates a problem, doesn't it? That's interesting. Alright. Guess that's a wrap. Maybe I'll try for the next 2 days. You know, there's still 2 more days. We'll walk around a little tomorrow and see what happens. And brainstorm. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along. You can pick up Wagotabi for yourself. $5 on iOS, Android, and then I think it's still, yeah, it still hasn't been a week, so $9 on Steam. Always feel free, right? And you are always welcome to come on by, share some experience. Is the map big? Well, the map is not. The map keeps going, so yes and no. You have 2 areas. Takes about I'm guessing 20, maybe 20 hours ish. I'm gonna say roughly 20 hours. If you're so inclined. But they put out updates. This is an ongoing project, so you can technically the map is unfinished. Oh, there's Sing Sing. I'm about to head out. It's time to go to bed. So as always, feel free to stop on by whenever. We can digress a little, chat a little during most things, right? Exchange some ideas, share some stories, get a little goofy. Maybe make language learning a little bit more welcoming when it comes to learning. Yeah. I couldn't find the things, but we'll brainstorm and see if I can find the rest of the stuff. Until later. For those who are only interested in Wagotabi, right, in Japanese. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう。Right. See you all next time. Thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.